Good evening. I am Kim Melnick, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock on the 25th day of June, 2024. Thank you, everyone who is joining us in person, especially when we honor your students. We're happy to see you all here, and thanks to everyone who's joined us online this evening. At this time, I will ask Madam Clerk to announce the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the school board chamber is Chair Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Callen, Ms. Kendrick, Ms. Manning, Ms. Riggs, and Ms. Weems.
And we have nobody online right now?
No board members are on via Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you would, please join me in observing a moment of silence. And please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening, the school board has the pleasure of recognizing students and staff for their achievements. Our first recognition for this evening is the finalists in a national contest. Please welcome Goldfried Prince Kitavi, Prince, who attends the Advanced Technology Center and Kempsville High School, participated in the national contest held by Reuben, a company that provides online instruction to help students with college and career readiness. Prince was selected as one of 6 nationwide finalists. He was recognized for showing terrific potential as a future intern by demonstrating strong writing, speaking, and overall communication skills. Prince is a true leader and hardworking student. Congratulations, Prince. We are so proud of you.
Our next recognition this evening is for the VBCPS 2023-2024 Outstanding Teacher of the Gifted. Please welcome Flo Heilig. Recipients of the VBCPS Outstanding Teacher of the Year Award must exhibit outstanding qualities related to gifted education in the areas of teaching and working with stakeholders. Mrs. Heilig is a 4th grade gifted cluster teacher at Fairfield Elementary School. She has served 20 of her 31 years in education, working with gifted students and advocating for gifted education. She is a leader in her building and makes a lasting impact on gifted students and their families. Mrs. Heilig was selected as one of 2 VBCPS Outstanding Teachers of the Gifted from VBCPS this year. Congratulations, Mrs. Heilig. We are very proud of you.
Our next recognition this evening is for a staff member who is both the VBCPS Outstanding Teacher of the Gifted and the Region 2 Outstanding Teacher of the Gifted. Please welcome Lizzie Samuelson. Oh, she's not here. Lizzie Samuelson, a gifted resource teacher at Indian Lakes Elementary School, couldn't be here tonight, but we are glad to honor her. From the pool of exceptional educators submitted for the region, the Virginia Association of the Gifted selects one candidate as the Outstanding Regional Gifted Teacher of the Year. In her 8 years as an educator, Ms. Samuelson has been a leader in her building and in the school division. In addition to developing and offering professional learning for school and division staff on topics related to gifted teaching, rigorous instruction, and authentic learning, Ms. Samuelson has a profound impact on gifted learners and their families in and out of the classroom. Congratulations, Ms. Samuelson. We are proud of you.
Our next recognition this evening is for the 2024 VBCPS Nurse of the Year. Please welcome Kimberly Hartsock. Ms. Hartsock's accomplishments and professionalism make her stand out among the many great nurses at VBCPS. She is dedicated to her profession and ensures that each and every student is seen, known, heard, and loved. Congratulations, Ms. Hartsock. We are so proud of you.
Our next recognition this evening is for the VHSL Class 5 Boys State Soccer Champions. Please welcome the Falcons of Cox High School. The boys soccer program at Cox completed a successful spring season with a final record of 18 wins, 2 losses, and a tie, scoring 69 goals and conceding, I'll insert this, only 12. The program was faced with multiple challenges leading up to a culminating event, the Virginia 5A Boys Soccer State Tournament. After a solid win in the state quarterfinals, the team was faced with 2 back-to-back matches in the peak heat of Henrico County. After both matches going 100-plus minutes and resulting in penalties, the Cox Falcons have been crowned with their 5th state title win in program history. I would say let's take a moment and celebrate that as well. The boys were led by 12 seniors and captained by Sam Braidwood, Joshua Haggerty, Dax Booth, Gabe Zarate, and Carter Whalen. The team tells us they appreciate the endless support from friends, family, and the local community. The team members are as follows: Jackson Blagg, Dax Booth, Samuel Braidwood, Grayson Brazukas, Samuel Butkovic, Joel Canado, Ryder Cho, Chase Foster, Joshua Haggerty, Trip Horner, Jacobo Hoyas Proanos. I'm not sure I said that right, and if I didn't, I apologize. Wes Keenan, Kyle Kephart, Michael Kubicki, Emmanuel Marin, Tyler Merklinger, Ethan Meyer, Christopher Prettyman, Conrad Silberberg, Caden Sullivan, Joseph Vistano, Bor Vogren, Nathaniel Wallace, Carter Whalen, Nathaniel White, Bryson Wildham, and Gabriel Zarate. There's more, I think, on another page, so hang with me. Santo Ripa is the head coach of the Falcons, and the assistant coaches are Benjamin Speckhart, Sean Duffy, and Cayman Bay. Congratulations, Falcons. We are exceedingly proud of you.
Our next recognition this evening is for a VHSL Class 5 Girls Outdoor State Track Champion. Kellam High School graduate Jane Phillips couldn't be with us this evening because she is continuing her academic and running career at the United States Naval Academy. Jane finished her senior year by winning the Class 5 Girls Outdoor Championships in the 1600 meter and the 800 meter. Her name may sound familiar because we had the pleasure of honoring her this year as the VHSL Class 5 Girls State Cross Country Champion and the 2023-24 VHSL Class 5 Girls Indoor Champion in the 1600 meter and the 1000 meter. Congratulations, Jane. Congratulations, Jane. We are so proud of you.
Our next recognition this evening is for the VHSL Class 5 State Soccer Champions. Please welcome the Knights of Kellam High School. This is the second girls' soccer title in school history. The team members are Adeline Bro, Addison Hook, Allison Chuttervitz, Anna Weiss, Audrey Maggio, Ava Chuttervitz, Ava Heil, Avery Spell, Bailey Campbell, Brooke Owens, Brooklyn Baylor, Cameron DeVera, Caroline Henseler, Dylan McIntarfer, Gabriella Stewart, Isabel Turner, Jashyla Johnson, Kaylee Parker, Kelly Kinchlow, Lauren Crowley, Lily Turner, Madison Hood, Malia Alvarez, Mason Ritchie, Molly Bowden, Reagan Thompson, Sadie Dickerson, Samantha Campbell, Sophia Mitchell, Taylor Garofalo, Zeta Beckerdite. The Knights are coached by head coach Mario Hurdle and assistant coaches Karen Owens and Tim Seibert. Congratulations, Knights. We're so proud of you.
All right. So this concludes the school board recognitions for this evening.
Okay, item 8 is the adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda as presented? All right, then I call for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Motion made by Ms. Riggs, seconded by Mike Callen. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, the voting board is open.
Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes. The motion did pass for the adoption of the agenda.
Okay. All right, the superintendent's report. Dr. Robertson, we look forward to your report and recognitions this evening.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Here are a few items of interest for you and our families. I'd like to thank the board for joining me in the Virginia Beach community at commencement ceremonies earlier this month, celebrating our 4,878 graduates. Students savored the last moments of their journey before turning their tassels and tossing their caps. I'm pleased to report our seniors were offered more than $118 million in scholarships.
Yeah.
Also, more than 2,800 graduates received at least one Virginia Department of Education Diploma Seal for exemplary performance. More than 2,400 of our seniors graduated with a GPA of 3.0 or higher. About 3,700 students tell us they'll be pursuing college degrees, while about 250 of our seniors said they would be attending trade schools or participating in apprenticeships, and about 200 students will be enlisting in the military. Regardless of their post-secondary plans, we're proud of all the members of the class of 2024, and we thank their families and our staff for supporting them during their academic journey. We celebrated the work of our custodial staff June 17th at Ocean Lakes High School. Director of Custodial and Distribution Services, Sam Nix, thanks his team of 500 staff members for being valuable members of our school communities. I too appreciate these invaluable professionals. They not only clean the buildings, but they also set up for special events, assist with buses, monitor the cafeteria, accept school deliveries, move classroom furniture, and so much more. On Custodial Appreciation Day, these valuable staff members were applauded, treated to lunch, and given a pair of canvas folding chairs to help them relax after all the work they put in for us each day. Thank you, custodians. We are proud of you. We thanked hundreds of our retirees on June 18th with a big celebration at the Holland Road Annex. Each guest was greeted with cheers, a retirement yard sign, and a shoulder bag stuffed with gifts. The celebration included a DJ and dancing, hugs, and photo-taking opportunities, and yes, a few tears. Our Human Resources Department and our Office of Food Services put on quite the party with great food and a tropical theme. We want all our employees, retired and current, to know they are truly appreciated. Last month, I joined some of you in celebrating the House Students Bill. Students at the Virginia Beach Technical and Career Education Center have been working on the home on Indian Avenue for the past 2 years. The hands-on experiences teach them carpentry, electrical, masonry, plumbing, landscaping, and HVAC. As you can see, the students made remarkable progress, and the home is set to be sold later this year. The house was made possible by help from the community through donations of materials and time. Proceeds from the sale of the home will benefit teachers and students through the Virginia Beach Education Foundation. This is a wonderful partnership where our students, staff, and local home building experts help students learn and succeed. The Virginia High School League announced its 2023-24 National Guard Cup, recognizing schools with athletes who achieved year-long academic success. The award is presented by the Virginia Army National Guard. 6 cups are awarded in each of the VHSL's 6 enrollment classifications. I'm pleased to announce that Princess Anne High School won the Class 5 National Guard group with 350 points. This rating is based not only on athletics, but academic performance in areas such as creative writing, debate, and robotics. Congratulations to the student athletes of Princess Anne High School for this outstanding achievement. And finally, 4 students of the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville High School will be going to Chicago in July to promote their business at the National Pitch Contest. Their product, called SheClasp, is a simple, innovative device that allows you to easily clasp jewelry such as a bracelet or necklace. The team members are Maya Hamill, Amari West, Chloe Hoffman, and Yasmin Marsden. This is the first team ever from Hampton Roads to make it this far in this incubator EDU competition. We wish the team the very best, and thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report.
Thank you.
We also have some recognitions tonight, and I'm pleased to first start with Jeremy Cox. Jeremy is currently an assistant principal at Rocky River High School in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. And we are pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for Jeremy to be the next assistant principal at Salem Middle School. And Jeremy, I see you have some guests. Congratulations. And welcome to Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
Next up, Angela Parsons. Angela is currently an admin assistant at VB Middle School. Also used to work in the Office of Professional Growth and Innovation when I was there. And I'm pleased we've accepted our recommendation for her to be the next assistant principal at Salem Middle School to make a dynamic team with Jeremy Cox.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I see you have some guests.
Oh.
That's outstanding. And I see your principal's here, watching her new team get selected, so she can put you to work.
Yeah.
So congratulations. Next up, we have Sharon Bird. Sharon Bird is currently a teacher at Salem High School, and we are pleased that you have approved of our recommendation for her to be the next coordinator of visual and performing arts at Salem High School. And Sharon, I see you have a guest. Congratulations. And then finally, Miss Amy Church, currently an assistant principal at First Colonial High School, but also used to be a human resources specialist. And we're pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for her to be the next Director of Employment Services in the Department of Human Resources.
Nice, Amy.
And I see you have a guest. All right, congratulations. Congratulations, all of you on your new positions and this phenomenal school division. Thank you.
Yes. Welcome to the family. Okay, tonight we have two sets of minutes for your approval. The first is the meeting minutes from our special school board meeting on June 4th. Are there any modifications to the June 4th special school board meeting minutes as presented? All right, seeing none, I call for a motion. Motion made by Ms. Riggs, seconded by Ms. Kendrick. Any further discussion? The voting board's open.
Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes and 1 abstention, so the motion for the minutes for June 4th did pass.
Okay. And Mr. Kellen, did you want to offer your?
My abstention is due to the fact that I was absent that night.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, in addition, we have the regular school board meeting minutes from June 10th. Are there any modifications to those meeting minutes? All right, seeing none, motion made by Ms. Kendrick, seconded by Ms. Franklin. Any further discussion? All right, the voting board is open.
So, Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes. The motion did pass for the approval of the June 10th meeting minutes. And we have 1 abstention.
Did you want to?
Sure, I wasn't here.
Okay, thank you. All right, the school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K through 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and the school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. The purpose for the public comment section of the school board agenda is for the board to offer an orderly forum to receive public comments during the meeting. I'd like to remind everyone attending tonight's meeting, this includes those on the dais and those in the audience and online, to please speak with respect and kindness. The school board also invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speakers will be our student speakers. We have Connor Rivers, Devlin Robinson, and then Bryn Burton.
Good evening. I'm a rising 7th grade student at ODS. I've been attending since 2nd grade. I was not given the opportunity to fill out a survey. I am a student at the school that will be affected, so I should be able to give my opinion, and that is why I'm here, to tell you why you should not close ODS. Because I've been attending ODS for 5 years, I have made many friends, which is not easy for me. Since so many people in ODS live around the whole city, it would be hard to keep in touch with most of my friends if ODS closed. At my home school, I was often bored or not challenged. Sometimes I would help others with their work because I had finished mine. I feel that ODS challenges me and helps me feel excited to learn new things. When I first started at ODS in 2nd grade, I was nervous starting at a new school and adjusting to how things were done there. I quickly realized that I liked being there and made friends easily, where at my old school, it was a lot harder to make friends. I had a lot more in common with my classmates. I was able to learn in my own way and find my own way of figuring out the answers to questions instead of being told how to do things. My teachers have been awesome. They are always there to encourage me and help me learn to advocate for myself and find creative solutions to problems. I feel supported and understood. I've been involved with SCA, Ecology Club, Chess Club, leadership workshops, and drama club in my time at ODS. I love being involved in the extracurricular activities at my school. This year I took part in theater class and discovered how much I enjoy it. I was a part of the one-act play and drama club. I hope to continue with theater until my 8th grade year at ODS and take part in the musical. I say all these things because if ODS closes, I would be upset that I would not be able to do many of the activities I like or see my friends that I've known since 2nd grade. It would be very hard for me to transfer to a new school before I'm done with middle school. I see ODS as an opportunity to learn in my own way and be challenged. You would not just be shutting down a school, you would be breaking apart a community of friends that have grown up together and helped each other. It would also take away opportunities for future gifted students to be challenged and find opportunities to learn in the way they need to. Please do not close ODS. As my teachers used to say to me, think outside the box and come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Yeah. So just a reminder for our audience, I'm so sorry, but we don't allow clapping. So yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that kind. Jazz hands. Okay.
Our next speaker is Devlin Robinson, then Bryn Burton, then Owen Shinebacher.
Hello, I am a rising seventh grader, and I would like to speak on the behalf of the All Donation School. I feel that we should keep this school the way it is. It just allows me and others to learn at our own pace, and it allows us to learn until the very last day of school. If this academy were to be altered, myself and many other students would lose this amazing privilege. And I urge you to keep the school. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bryn Burton, Owen Shinebacher, and then Victor Newbow.
My name is Bryn Burton. I'm an ODS student going into 8th grade, and I'm 13. I've been going to ODS for 6 years, since I was in 2nd grade. Our school has been a great opportunity for so many people. Students get to learn an accelerated curriculum and can get taught in different ways that help them learn better. They can also take classes like theater and world languages starting in 6th grade. When I heard that the school system was trying to take away those opportunities from these people, I knew I had to say something. Not only is ODS the first place middle school in the whole state of Virginia, it's also the second place elementary school in Virginia. I know that I don't have much time left there, but what about the little kids who just got in and don't get to spend more than a few years there? What happens to them after that? And what happens to the kids that need harder work but can't get it if ODS goes away? Everyone that goes to ODS is from everywhere in Virginia Beach. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you live in. In fact, my best friend lives across town from me. It's been a great opportunity for me to meet people I would never have met if it wasn't for ODS. It doesn't matter what kind of background you come from there. But let's just say that they do close ODS. What happens to the homeschools that aren't accustomed to having so many extra kids in the school? There are around 885 middle schoolers attending ODS each year, and there are only 15 middle schools in the school system. That's around 58 more kids in each school. How will they accommodate all those extra kids? What happens to all the teachers and staff that suddenly don't have their job anymore? What happens to them? In a poll of the subcommittee on the purpose and future of Old Donation School, 14 people strongly agreed with maintaining the current structure and use of ODS. 10 people agreed, and 5 people were neutral on the topic, with 4 disagreeing and 2 strongly disagreeing. That's 24 out of 35 people who don't want ODS to go away. That's 68%. 16 of these 35 people also strongly disagreed with phasing out ODS, and 3 disagreeing. That's 54%. In both of these cases, the majority of the subcommittee does not think it's a good idea for ODS to get phased out. Please do not take these wonderful opportunities away from the next generation of exceptional students in Virginia Beach. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Owen Shinebacher, then Victor Newbow, and then Yarwin Shen.
Good evening, Dr. Roberts and VBCPS school board members. As an ODS student myself, I want to share why preserving ODS in Virginia Beach is so important. My school has invested in various tools that facilitate us to do our best work. One example includes the Think Tank classroom design. It's a small, semi-soundproof classroom adjacent to the classroom. Another example is the wobbly chairs, as they can help us focus and divert energy in a way so as to not disrupt class. My school has already achieved multicultural diversity. We have a very integrated mix of all populations that make up the city cultures, including all ethnic backgrounds and various mental health disorders, or what are sometimes called various abilities as opposed to disabilities. Why would anyone try to undo what has already been achieved? ODS should remain as is and be a model school for the rest of the city to emulate and integrate those programs, ideas, and special gifted curriculums used at ODS. I truly appreciate that my school has a very strong music and arts program. ODS has little to no room for a sports community, as athletic fields were not the design for the school. I'm told there was a very recent community day outcry regarding possible budget cuts in the arts area, so I'm sure the community would prefer to maintain the strong music and arts aspect of the school. Also, ODS has a marvelous world language program, something no other middle school has to offer. In addition, I also appreciate the lack of bullying at my school. I feel safe with students that are like me at my school. I have heard of only 1 or 2 incidents at bullying in over 6 years at ODS. Other schools have at least 2 incidents weekly. The lack of bullying is because every student is exceptionally smart, so it is impossible to make fun of someone who has your same traits. Phasing out ODS would definitely increase bullying because of mixing too many different abilities, and that kids like me would be the oddballs in the group. In conclusion, you should keep ODS state to retain multicultural diversity and provide a model of excellence for other schools to mimic if they chose to. Additionally, it would preserve a wonderful performing arts and language program and reduce bullying citywide. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Victor Nuvau and then Yorwin Shen.
I am 12 and I'm a rising 7th grader into ODS. It should not be shut down because a lot of kids and I most likely will not be going into a public school if it gets shut down and will either be going into a private school or be homeschooled, which, as people have argued, will not raise the SOL scores of our local schools. If we're not at ODS and with other gifted students that think like us, we won't be able to thrive and we won't be able to be taught to our max capability. Students like us that are identified as gifted are often ridiculed by other kids, called nerds, and even bullied because of our academic achievements. Gifted students that are part of local schools might not grow their talents because they are already at the forefront and do not feel the need to achieve even more because we are academically successful and ready. In fact, we feel peer pressure and try not to feel as curious and not to appear as curious because we may be called names. Us students should not be stifled, but instead nurtured to learn even more in a safe environment where we are surrounded by like-minded peers. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Yarwin Shen. Ms. Shen? Okay. We will move to our online student speakers. Our first speaker is Luke Dunn. Please unmute.
Good evening, members of the Virginia Beach School Board. My name is Luke Dunn, and I'm going into 3rd grade at ODS. I am here to talk about why ODS is really important for kids like me. At ODS, we learn things just right for us. At ODS, we get to do harder and more interesting work that keeps us excited about learning. It's like finding a book you can't put down, but it's so good. In my class, everyone loves learning just as much as I do. It's fun to be with friends who are curious and want to learn new things every day. We help each other and share ideas, making school fun and exciting. Our teachers at ODS know how to make learning fun and challenging. They give us special projects and activities that make us think and use our imagination. We get to dive deep into subjects we love, like science, math, reading, writing, art, music, history, and more. This helps us grow smarter and more creative. We also get to do intelligent learning, connecting different subjects. For example, we did our Native American study where we studied the boundaries of the geographic location and the history of the Native Americans, the cultures and beliefs, and more, while writing, graphing, reading, and creating art exhibits for our class museum. Activities like chess club, Latin, kangaroo math are all also important. In chess club, I learned how to think ahead and plan moves, which helped me with problem solving and strategizing. ODS helped us learn leadership principles for our future. We got opportunities to take on leadership roles in projects and group activities. This teaches us to work well with others and make good decisions and lead confidently. Learning these skills now will help us become greater leaders when we grow up. Sometimes kids who learn differently can feel left out or bored in regular classes. In a gifted school, we all feel like we belong and are understood. As a military child, I have attended 5 schools, and I can tell you ODS is a very special place for me and my friends. We enjoy learning, feel challenged, and prepare for the future. I hope you will continue to support ODS so that more kids like me can have the chance to learn and grow in the best way possible. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Michaela Sackharp. Please unmute.
Good evening, school board. My name is Mihika Sakrape. I'm an alumna of ODS and a rising sophomore at the Ocean Lakes Math and Science Academy. ODS, as we all know, is a gifted school. We're not just smart, we think differently and we have special talents and challenges. From the students excelling in high quality science labs to the gifted dancers studying ballet, everyone is gifted in a different way. This is why ODS exists and needs to stay. I can say this with complete conviction as I have had very unique experiences in my educational journey. I was first identified as gifted in first grade in a different state. This state didn't have a school like ODS. Instead, the cluster program was implemented, where students were pulled out of class for an hour a day, 3 times a week. There was no continuity or connection with the material, and it just wasn't challenging enough in general. Just as we would start to feel stimulated and interested, the 1 hour would be up and back to our normal classes we would go. Many of my gifted peers, including myself, stopped trying. Learning became boring, a thing we had to do and didn't want to do. I'm very fortunate, therefore, that my parents decided to move across state lines and time zones to Virginia Beach right before I started 6th grade at ODS. For the first time, I felt challenged among peers who kept me on my toes. We dove deeper into course material and asked questions that, for some, turned into inspiration for their 8th grade capstone research projects. Our teachers were able to provide support and help the personal growth of individual students. It was a profound, influential environment, one that we shouldn't sacrifice at any cost. Fast forward to the end of 8th grade at ODS, and I had gone through a complete transformation. I won Student of the Year every single year. I excelled in the advanced French program, earning a perfect score on the national exam. Languages come naturally to me, but I never would have found that out without ODS. I earned the prestigious Brickell Medallion for leadership in extracurriculars like SCA and NJHS, another place where students gifted in non-academic areas can shine. Likewise, some of my gifted peers excelled in the program. Yet, some students who barely made the cut early on wanted to go back to their home schools to participate in the program there. They were gifted, yes, but a full immersion program was not what they needed. Their needs were more specifically tailored towards a specific subject or discipline. Giftedness is a spectrum. People in one area of the spectrum need the cluster program, and people in the other area need a program like ODS. It would therefore be a huge disservice to both groups to dissolve ODS and clump everyone together in one area. I can definitively say that ODS has changed my life for the better. Where I am today, what I've accomplished, the opportunities I've been exposed to, it's all thanks to this wonderful school. Now in high school, I continuously experience the positive effects of being an ODS alumna. When I heard about this opportunity, I decided to come back and speak to show how much ODS means to me. A U.S. Senator once said, "What makes a child gifted and talented may not always be good grades in school, but a different way of looking at the world and learning." ODS helps all types of brains find their potential, whether it's in math and science, reading and writing, or history and art. So please, listen to our sincere appeal. Don't take this opportunity away from future gifted students. Thank you for your time.
Our next online speaker is Heshvani Sakrape.
Hi, I'm Isha, and I'm a rising 5th grader at ODS. ODS has continued to amaze me ever since I started 2nd grade in 2021. The building, the people, the advanced learning, but most importantly, the methods used to teach us. ODS has an advanced curriculum, there's no doubt about that, but it is always taught to us by caring and understanding teachers in the simplest ways. Even when some students find the curriculum tough, our teachers help them through with patience. Besides, if the curriculum was diluted, majority of us at ODS would get bored. But at ODS, it's not just the curriculum that is advanced. Everything from art to music to the rooftop garden and patios are on a whole nother level. This includes the amazing science lab in the 2nd and 3rd grade hallway. The science lab, equipped with everything, including lab coats and goggles, is used by all elementary schoolers and is one of my favorites. Another one of my favorite things about ODS is the guidance and counseling class, with counselors who teach and understand the unique needs of gifted students, preparing us for any sort of challenges we might face. If not for ODS's counseling program, I wouldn't have been introduced to metacognition, conflict resolution, and effective goal setting so early on. This school has provided me with many opportunities, including Math Kangaroo, PTA Reflections, where I placed in the Nationals, and many more. At ODS, I am privileged to be able to learn among friends and peers who are like-minded yet also different from me in many small ways. This helps me grow at ODS. The friends I've made have been teaching me, helping me, and laughing with me throughout my years at this amazing school. At ODS, the curriculum, teachers, and friends are an awesome experience, which has helped me learn and grow so much. No matter what, ODS embodies this quote by George Washington Carver. Education is the key to unlock a golden door of freedom. ODS gave me and many others this key, and we used it to step through the golden door every day we are there. So please, don't take away this opportunity from us, the students who thrive in ODS. Thank you.
We have another in-person student speaker, Yawin Shen.
Dear school board's members, you probably don't know how much I struggle at regular school. Everything is too easy for me while ODS students are having challenges. I just love challenges, but there is no at school. Math and science are my favorite subjects, and I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Though I never learn much and have many struggles, I still keep going until the end of the school year. And I hope you can let us go to ODS and add another class. I have been waiting a long time. Please and thank you for your time.
Our next speakers will be Matthew Cody Connor, Tanya Rivers. Speaker number 3 had to cancel, and then will be Amanda Robinson.
Well, it's summertime again, and while I understand for a lot of parents this is a challenging time of the year with their kids being home from school and them still having to work, as a parent of an LGBTQ child with disabilities, the end of the school year comes as a relief. Knowing my children are safe at home, not having to worry about sending another email to the principal about a staff member who keeps misgendering my daughter or fails to follow her IEP, not taking that phone call in the middle of the workday, trying to calm her or comfort her after she's been bullied or laughed at by the other kids. It's a bit of a weight off, if even for a little while. I'm incredibly proud of my children, though. My youngest just finished his first year of middle school. My daughter just successfully completed 8th grade, moving on to high school. Kind of a rough end of the school year for you guys, though, with the racist bullying controversy and the book review committee messing up the relationship with the libraries, preventing kids from accessing books for summer reading. Not exactly a good look, not really a pat yourself on the back way to end the year. Hopefully that's remembered by voters in November. We can get back to making our schools safe places of learning for our kids. I was trying to figure out what to say tonight. I wrote down some predictions. First one was that Culpepper would run away again when I got up to speak, but he didn't even show up tonight, so. Second one was somebody would say Virginia's education system should be more like Louisiana's 47th ranked education system, but Diane's not here, so I guess we'll be lucky enough to skip that nonsense for tonight. My last and probably most controversial prediction was that what should be a routine vote to renew the school board's membership with the Virginia School Board Association will instead become a dramatic point of contention with organized dissent from our Christian National School Board members. That's a conversation and vote that Mrs. Manning shouldn't even be allowed to participate in at all, considering she has a personal interest in that membership not being renewed. It sets the stage for the conservative School Board Member Alliance that she's the director for, an organization that's largest donation has gone to Victoria Manning First School Board, interesting enough, since she's not actually running. I wouldn't be shocked to see a surprise resolution introduced to join the School Board Member Alliance instead of renewing with the Virginia School Board Association. It wouldn't be introduced by Manning, though. That'd be too obvious. It'll probably be one of the Manions. I think Culpepper did the dirty work last time, so maybe Brown or possibly the new kid Kendrick. You know, I'd like to hope that our school board members care more about our kids and their education than they do about their own personal and political gain, but obviously I have my doubts. I guess we'll get to see soon how many of the boxes I get to check on my bingo card, huh? Have a good night.
Our next speaker is Tanya Rivers, then Amanda Robinson, then Cecilia Cornelius.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the potential changes to the models of delivery for the gifted education program. I have 2 children that have attended ODS since 2nd grade. The survey sent out to the subcommittee members of the gifted community regarding ODS only comprised of 10 people, with only 7 respondents. This is not a large enough sample size to adequately determine the opinion of what should be changed, if anything. Why were there only 10 people on this committee? The survey that was sent out to the rest of the gifted connected families was a very ambiguous fill-in-the-blank type of survey. The questions that were provided were very unclear and vague to those who are not familiar with the 5-year plan for gifted education. The ODS survey should be sent out to all gifted connected families, students, and staff. 7 responses from the community is a laughable number, and simply comprised to say that feedback from the community was received and a decision has already been made. This is unacceptable. To dismantle ODS would be doing a disservice to the student population there. Its original intent was to serve the top 1 to 2% of gifted students in the city, those that are profoundly gifted, those with the highest needs. Giftedness is not some sort of elite group as some perceive. It is not easy raising gifted children. It's a neurodivergence that requires special education. It is also a continuum. Not every gifted student has the same needs. Those with the highest needs, as with any special education program, need more specialized instruction to help with their way of learning. That's why ODS was created. Closing ODS would be detrimental to the mental health of these students as well. Social interactions can be difficult, especially those with twice exceptionalities. Being surrounded by peers with similar traits help these students establish bonds that they would not otherwise be able to. They don't feel the need to hide their interests, emotions, or for fear of being perceived different. In this survey, there were many different options given. Satellite locations, pull-out programming, elimination of ODS, and gifted classes at home schools were some of the options. Instead of eliminating services, why not expand? If more students are being identified as being gifted, wouldn't it make sense to expand the program and not reduce it? As of right now, we have the ODS full-time model and the gifted cluster model. That's it. Those elementary students that may need more than cluster, but not full-time, are not getting their needs met. Instead of expanding ODS to include all gifted students, meet the students where they need it. Clumping them into one group is not the answer. You will not do this to special education students. Do not do this to gifted students. Many school districts in Virginia throughout the country have several options to serve gifted learners. They have full-time, pull-out, cluster, and course specifics. If VBCPS is trying to be innovative and chart the course, why are we not exploring more ways and models to serve students instead of less? All these models can be used simultaneously to serve the needs of all gifted learners without the need to build a separate school. The answer is not to close ODS or expand the selection process to allow more students into ODS. Keep ODS for the highest need students with proven gifted pedagogies and enrichments they used to have and need. Expand the gifted program to utilize more models and serve more students. And understand that giftedness is a continuum and that there are varying degrees of students that need to have their needs met. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amanda Robinson, Cecilia Cornelius, and then Sandra Scheinenbacher.
I loved her ideas. My name is Amanda Robinson. I'm a parent of 2 children that attend Old Donation School, a rising 7th grader, which you already heard from, and a rising 5th grader. I want to voice my support for the school board subcommittee to maintain the structure and use of the Old Donation School. I am firmly against the 5-year plan to disband ODS. I question the GCAC's recommendations and do not feel they are reflective of the community. Old Donation is a unique and special school where academic and emotional needs are being met. This year, it was ranked as number 2 in Virginia Elementary School and the number 1 Virginia Middle School by U.S. News and World Report. Clearly, the administration and teachers are doing things well and meeting a need in the community. Both of my children have been challenged academically and are excelling with the accelerated curriculum. They have found social acceptance through similar peer groups and with other kids that want to talk about DNA and memorize the periodic tables. If my children or others like them do not have the opportunity to have the ODS learning environment, research demonstrates that there is less motivation, engagement, and satisfaction with learning among gifted students. I hope that the school board follows the Gifted Education Subcommittee recommendations to leave Old Donation as it is, if not, expand it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cecilia Cornelius, Sandra Scheinenbacher, and then Lauren Clark.
Hello, I am Cecilia Wingfield Cornelius. I'm a graduate of Virginia Beach Public Schools. I graduated from Cox in '91. I've also raised 4 children, 3 who have graduated from Cox as well. And this is my youngest, Davis, who is a student at Old Donation. I've also taught in the school system on all different levels. I taught first grade. I've also taught third, fifth, and I've been a substitute teacher in each level. I've also been a substitute teacher in Old Donation. And I'm here to tell you that the experience for the child and the environment in which they learn in is completely different. And it was made uniquely to meet the individual needs of these special children. I don't specifically like the term gifted because all children are gifted in different ways. And I think that often that is a detriment to the children that go to ODS. Parents get offended or defensive if their child isn't identified. But these children that are chosen to go to ODS, they are definitely unique. And even though they can survive or excel in the regular classroom environment, they are not able to live up to their full potential. We talk about the child being left behind and trying to meet the student's needs. Often I think in those situations we think about students with disabilities or Title I students that need more assistance. This is a unique group of children that also need special situations and accommodations so they are not left behind. They are not able to live up to their full potential in the regular classroom environment. Davis, as an educator and a parent, I was never a big pusher. I always met the standards and whatever we were supposed to, but I felt like the children should stay in their home school environment, and even told my friends, let the child stay in their neighborhood schools. And then I had Davis, which I did not have very much experience with the gifted student. At 3, he decided he was going to ODS. Once he was in kindergarten, he wanted to study to pass the test. I didn't even know there were things they could study, but he self-advocated, and his gifted teacher at John B. Dye quickly identified that he was one that would be a great candidate. And I said, what do I do to help him succeed? And she said, just talk to him, that he was a natural, and I've seen him blossom. I've seen the school that he needs to be in. It's a great environment that the children should be allowed to keep. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra Scheinenberger, then Lauren Clark, then Neo Nevo.
Good evening, Dr. Robertson and VBCPS school board members. Thank you for serving the students, parents, and staff of Virginia Beach. I have 2 different items to mention. Regarding Old Donation School, for those who did not know, services for gifted children were held at a building called Kemp's Landing for many years prior to 2015. Virginia Beach locals know that Kemp's Landing was already ancient and roach infested as of decades prior to the early 2000s. I was there in the 80s, I can vouch for that, nonstop comments. Unlike Betty F. Williams being slated for renovation, it was sadly not even decided to preserve that historical building as a school at all. Instead, VBCPS decided to spend $63 million designing and tailoring an entire new building for the gifted/special ed population. That would be incredibly wasteful to not continue using the ODS building for its intended purpose. One possibly helpful idea in the interest of equity, I don't know where Owens is, but is to consider changing the language and to refer to gifted programs as special ed. Similar to the decision to provide special education services for children, it was decided decades ago that services were also needed for students on the other side of the bell curve. The idea was for both programs, the idea was for every child to reach their full potential, as the last speaker mentioned. So I'm wondering, is this particular restructuring of services for our children, is that related to some legal action taken against VBCPS? Wondering if even though plaintiffs do not win their cases, the legal actions are probably costly to the taxpayers, probably thousands of dollars regularly. Wondering if VBCPS is countersuing these plaintiffs for legal expenses. If not, why not? Hopefully there's a plan to mitigate any further action For the more fortunate families who feel that the structure of services should remain in the current state of excellence. The worst thing to ever do to a population is take away incentives to excel and remove solid examples of excellence. Now, switching gears, now I'm running out of time, but I also wanted to mention something totally different. A separate item was consider, if you can consider, as much as easily possible, keeping the same classes of students together year after year, even throughout middle school and high school. This is done in Italy, and Italy has never had one school shooting so far. One reason for that is group cohesion does wonders for students' mental health and safety and will likely prevent the next catastrophe. This would give students and parents more incentive to bother getting to know each other and will place more watchful and caring eyes on students who might be experiencing mental health issues, and keeping the same classes together would strengthen friendships. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren Clark, then Nino Novev, and then Courtney Jacobs.
Hello, school board members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me this evening. My name is Lauren Clark, and I am the parent of a rising seventh grader at ODS. I'm here tonight in response to your Gifted Advisory Committee and subcommittee surveys regarding the future and purpose of Old Donation School. In these surveys, you outlined and sought input on at least 3 different options for the phase-out and dissolution of ODS as potential solutions to address the persistent discrepancy between enrollment spaces and eligible gifted students. I'd like to remind you, in 2014, the City of Virginia Beach decided that we required a specialized school for the gifted. The taxpayers supported that idea, and Old Donation School was financed to the tune of $63 million, with a nearly 100% cost to the taxpayer through the obligation of a 20-year debt bond. For those who are listening and may be unfamiliar with that process, that means that instead of using existing money to build ODS, the city promised that the taxpayers of Virginia Beach would be responsible for paying back the full cost of construction over the course of 20 years. By my calculations, that does not release the taxpayers from the burden of the cost to build ODS until at least 2034. Make no mistake, if ODS is phased out and the building is used for any other purpose than what you promised the taxpayers it would be, you will have reneged on your promise to the public. In this scenario, citizens of Virginia Beach will continue to be taxed and pay for a gifted school that the city said was required, but somehow is no longer available to their gifted students. I encourage everyone watching to closely monitor the final decision regarding ODS and its physical building carefully. ODS draws from every corner of this city. As such, every representative on this board answers to taxpayers and voters that have a stake in the future of ODS. I respectfully request that you head back to the drawing board to examine all of the options at your disposal for modifying the admissions process so that the school can continue to deliver specialized instructional services to gifted students the way you promised the public it would. This includes simply offering admission to the top 1 to 2% of applicants across the city. Applicants who aren't simply high achievers or the first to finish a worksheet, students who are grade levels ahead in reading and math as instruction has barely begun. These are the students ODS was designed for. We need to make a decision as a city. What are we trying to accomplish with gifted services? Do we want to nurture and advance our brightest minds so that they may compete at the highest institutional levels in our country? Do we want these bright minds to one day return to our region to design rockets at NASA or save local retirees as a neurosurgeon at Centera? I'm certain I'd like the future of our region to be the brightest it can be. And that is the purpose and future of ODS.
Our next speaker is Neo Novev, Courtney Jacobs, and then Chungfang Lee. Neo Novev, Courtney Jacobs.
Good
Good evening. I'm here tonight to advocate for the addition of a new third grade class at ODS for the upcoming school year. I believe it's crucial for the board members to reevaluate the fundamental mission of ODS and its role as a dedicated freestanding school for the gifted. Such institutions are designed to cater to the top 1 to 2% of students whose learning needs surpass what is typically offered in a standard classroom environment. ODS should remain committed to this purpose rather than transforming into a general experience for all or a once-a-week program. Our goal should be to fulfill the specific needs of students who excel beyond the capabilities of grade-level education. Over the past year, we have continually advocated for our children following significant deviations from the established local plan during the 23-24 admission process. The 23-24 year was the one year where the kids with the highest needs were left out of the admission process. Again, this marked the first occasion where top applicants were not offered a spot in second grade, an oversight that even prompted the intervention from the Virginia Department of Education, which confirmed that the admission process was flawed and inconsistent with our local plan. The VDOE recommended adding these left-behind students to ODS. Comparing the admission data this year, only 58 students were top-rated using the newer admission processes, while last year 244 students were top-rated based on the selection criteria made up by the gifted office. Addressing these errors by adding an additional class could be a crucial step towards restoring the integrity and transparency that is desperately needed from the gifted office. Furthermore, I must express my concerns regarding the presentation from the gifted office tonight that is forthcoming. It appears to focus on the negatives without discussing the actual needs of the students who require these services. As you deliberate, I urge you to keep in mind our rising third graders. Regarding the survey data from GCAC, local plan subcommittees, and other respondents that the gifted office will present tonight, it is important to note that it comprises of only 42 respondents. This sample is not representative of the broader stakeholder community in Virginia Beach, accounting for merely 0.01% of those involved in gifted education. This raises significant concerns regarding the reliability and validity of this survey data. Most troubling is from the discussions with parents on the subcommittee. It seems the local plan for the gifted education remains largely unchanged, maintaining the status quo rather than embracing necessary reforms. I strongly encourage the school board to request that the gifted office reviews current data from the 2020s on the continuum of services and incorporates best practices to enhance educational experiences for all gifted students in Virginia Beach.
Our next speaker is Chongfeng Lee and then Nicola Georgiev.
Dear school board members, thank you for giving me this time to speak again. I want to thank all of you for your attention. I remembered I attended the first school board meeting on June 27, 2023. I was very encouraged by school board members. You pointed out some questions. Why do we have ODS? Who is the highest? You should look back and review all the students' applications who applied ODS, who is the highest scores. Local plan says top students will be chosen, but you use a lottery. We need a fairness process for our children. Today, I'm asking for adding a third grade class. We have suffered 1 year. I hope for resolution and a vote tonight. Please consider supporting this option, since it is the only one remedy we can get on time. Do you know how many students got 555 from the Rising second grade class this year? 58 students from the Rising second grade class as 555. About 50 students automatically placed at ODS any other year but last year. My child got both 99 percentile at COGAT and NAT test last year. I'm sure she is one of 58 students if selected process was followed last year. She applied ODS this year again and received a perfect rating of 555. Please give a fairness process to our children. Please add a third grade classes at ODS to meet our top students' needs. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nicola Georgiev.
Hey there.
Dear school board members and Dr. Robertson, I'm speaking tonight to advocate for the addition of a third grade class at ODS and finally rectify the situation for the cohort. It is encouraging that the administration will be sharing a reasonable option with you later tonight. However, I would like to add some data and comments that may be helpful during your discussion. Please consider not only the complications, but also the benefits that surpass adding a class for 26 more students. Please consider that this option does not adversely affect the students already offered a seat at the school. First grade is the only realistic entry point for ODS, which is why last year's first grade cohort has been most negatively impacted by the unapproved changes. Historically, as well as this year, all top-tier students have been offered a seat at ODS during the first grade selection process, but not last year. Therefore, comparing the number of top students in other grades who applied to ODS is illogical and misleading. This cohort is the only one in the history of ODS who was not given a fair and approved selection process in the first grade. The unapproved scale used last year watered down the selection process, resulting in 244 students being rated in the highest tier. Consequently, the lottery left the students with the highest needs out of the school. Here are the numbers of the applications to ODS. Last year, 996 students. This year, 724 students. The difference is 37%. For school year 24-25, 111 second grade students reapplied to ODS, and they were reevaluated using the approved scale in the active local plan. Among these students, currently 8 of them are rated a 555 and 6 are rated a 554. Based on this year's rankings, all of these students would have been offered a seat last year if the plan had been followed. These students should be offered a remedy, and there is no valid excuse for not making it right. The superintendent said that the science lab has been underutilized and it should be seen positively as the room can finally be used. The budget is very reasonable and can always be adjusted. The option to add a class at ODS was first presented to you 1 year ago. This year-long exploration period means it is time to take action now because it is limiting our time and complicating the implementation timeline. Please take the necessary steps to act on this matter. I will be looking forward to hearing your discussion and promptly voting on this prolonged issue. Adding a class at ODS is a great investment for everybody. Thank you.
We'll move on to our online speaker. Our first speaker is Nicole Green. Please unmute.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here as a parent to speak about the value of Old Donation School to our children. While some gifted children may do well in the homeschool gifted clusters, others have more intense needs and they may not do well there. When our son was at his homeschool, he spoke daily about not wanting to go to school because he felt bored. He requested extra work from his teacher, and she was helpful, but he did not feel engaged doing extra work separately on his own. His academic needs were unmet, and he was losing interest. We saw signs that he was at risk of developing low self-esteem and behavioral problems. We were concerned about the risks ahead. Since he has been at ODS, his engagement has been high, and he has regained his love of learning and his self-confidence. Our son is very outgoing and made efforts to make friends at his previous school. He expended a lot of energy to socially and emotionally adapt. He did make friends, but felt worn out by this constant adaptation. At ODS, he is around people he feels a natural connection with. He is in his element and feels at home. Closing ODS would put children with the highest needs back in environments where they may have social and emotional challenges due to disengagement or feeling that they do not fit in. There is a real risk of kids getting off track and even getting into trouble. My husband was also a gifted high needs child and got into a lot of fights and trouble before finally being placed in a gifted program at the end of his elementary school years. If the spots at ODS are limited, then it's a matter of pairing resources with the highest need students. The solution we should push for is to optimize the selection process while sustaining ODS in its current form. I believe that if programs like ODS did not exist, our son would have nowhere to turn in the public school system, and he would be at high risk of behavioral problems and losing interest in school despite his natural love of learning. This could have a severe impact on children like him. I believe we should keep ODS in place in its current form, identify the children with the most intense needs, and give them the opportunity to attend. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alina Juglamo. Please unmute.
Good evening. My name is Alina Guglielmo, and I'm a parent of a rising third grader at ODS. It's hard to beat the passionate comments from the ODS students and parents, but I just wanted to add to the discussion on ODS phase out. First, it would be great to know what current problems are we trying to solve with these proposals. Or are we just discussing this because of the parent outcry on a one-year issue? My assumption is that it's due to the idea to serve a larger group of gifted learners. If anything, instead of phasing out, we should be working on expanding ODS based on the test results for both last and current year. ODS is a top-notch school at the state level. Instead of dismantling something that works so well, why can't we learn from the system and improve gifted programs and communities at local schools? Ideally, it would be great to increase the budget for GIA students across the local schools to improve their processes. But if not possible, like Connor said, can we think outside of the box to spread its resources and potentially create cross-training or shared lesson plans for usage across all schools? Additionally, gifted students have special requirements and ways to learn, and local cluster programs often cannot accommodate the students' needs and ensure that they not only achieve their full potential, but also can utilize their right to get special accommodations when learning. Cannot agree more with the previous speakers on the importance of being able to meet both academic and emotional and social needs of gifted children. Another area that makes ODS an attractive school is community and parental involvement that is supported by the school administration. ODS PTA procures after-school clubs and events with parent volunteers, which makes it a very special place for both kids and parents. Instead of phasing out ODS, we can work with local school programs and PTAs to start something similar. And additionally, I would like to advocate for the addition of the third grade class to ODS to ensure a fair and equitable process for all Virginia Beach students. Thank you for your time and a thorough decision process.
And Madam Chair, that was our last speaker for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, next on our agenda is information, and this evening we are going to start with our interim financial statements for April and May 2024, and we welcome Mr. Daniel Hopkins, Director of Business Services. Hello.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry, I'm just making sure this thing's on. Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chairwoman Franklin, school board members, Dr. Robertson. In your packet this evening are the April and May interim financial statements. I'm going to concentrate on May. The first graph shows that the overall revenue trend remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. We just received the state's final fiscal year 24 direct aid budget on June 13th. The final budget only increased $77,000 from March's proposed budget. This makes our final shortfall from the original budget to be $4.5 million. The major line items include sales tax decreased $8.5 million, state basic aid increased $3.8 million, and these numbers haven't changed much for what's from, their original proposed budget months ago. The ADM of our original budget to the final budget went from 63,222 students to 62,927 students. That's a decrease of 295 students. Federal revenues are showing a favorable trend at this point in the fiscal year. We received federal impact aid payments of approximately $16 million. Other sources of revenue year-to-date through May are favorable at this point in the fiscal year. They are up about $340,000 from last year, mainly due to the class action settlement and the stop arm and sale of capital assets. With the approval of the state budget, the next graph shows that the sales tax receipts will be at an unfavorable level. Year-to-date through May, we are approximately $8.2 million lower than the same time last year. And the last graph shows that expenditures and encumbrances continues to remain acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. This concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Disappointed with the sales tax revenue. I feel like I'm doing my part, but that's really disappointing because that's a large number. That's over $8 million deficit for school division. So I'm hoping with the recession starting to swing back around a little that we'll see those numbers increase. Well, not recession, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting some looks, so I was just hoping that we might have any other comments. Okay. Just hate to see that $8 million deficit. Thank you.
I know. Thank you.
What is that? Okay. Item B is Office of Programs for Exceptional Children and our Special Education Community Advisory Committee, otherwise known as SEAC. Hello. And their annual report. Do we have a picture of your son this year?
Not in this.
Okay.
Not
Well,
in
we
this
welcome
one.
Dr. Ronnie Myers-Daub, Executive Director of Programs for Exceptional Children.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. My name is Ronnie Myers-Daub, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Programs for Exceptional Children. Tonight, Mrs. Megan Ashburn, Chair of SEAC, is here with me to provide a brief overview of their work during this school year and recommendations for consideration for the 2024-2025 school year. By state regulation, SEAC is charged with advising the school board and administration in matters related to the education of students with disabilities in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. The role and function of SEAC is outlined in the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia. The primary functions of SEAC are to participate in the development of priorities and strategies for meeting the needs of students with disabilities, make recommendations regarding the education of students with disabilities, review policy and procedures for the provision of special education and related services, and review the school division's local special education annual plan. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Megan, who will share some information related to the key activities and accomplishments of SEAC and the recommendations for next school year.
Thank you, Lonnie. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all again. As required by the VDOE and the regulations governing special education for the children with disabilities in Virginia, we reviewed the local special education annual plan prior to submission to the school board and reviewed policies and provided input to the school board policy review committee. This slide highlights some of the other key activities of the SEAC this school year. The meeting schedule was restructured. This is my first year as chair, and we restructured the meeting schedule this year to include 4 business meetings and 5 subcommittee focus meetings, which help the SEAC to use our time more effectively. To fulfill SEAC's mandate of advising the school board on the needs of students with disabilities, we actively solicited and received public comment at the beginning of each meeting. This year, we received 25 public comments, which is a 400% increase from last year. A few trends in the comments included policies and practices that limit options for students with disabilities, including remediation program requirements, master scheduling, and extracurricular activities, challenges with transportation to and from school, variability across schools related to collaboration between schools and families, discipline practices, and knowledge and implementation of laws and regulations related to special education processes, and variabilities in building level staff knowledge about assistive technology. To educate SEAC on specific topics that we heard public comment from, we worked closely with Dr. Myers-Daub to identify appropriate school division representatives to do presentations. This year's topics included the transportation process, which we had someone from transportation come in. We also had assistive technology representative come in to talk to us, and Ronnie came in to talk to us about the newly passed special education bills that are coming into effect this year. Members of the BBCAC also participated in the following committees and activities during the school year: interviewing with the consulting firm responsible for our new superintendent search, the school calendar committee, the strategic plan ad hoc committee, professional learning opportunities on IEP meetings in collaboration with OPEC for elementary school assistant principals, and we went to the back to school care fair. Based on the ongoing work of the VBCAC, we offer the following recommendations to the VBCPS School Board. Promote a division-wide inclusive culture where students with disabilities are considered students first. Continue to provide professional learning opportunities on inclusive practices, emphasizing the shared responsibility in the education of students with disabilities to impact outcomes and the right of all students to have meaningful access to instruction and high expectations. Continue the work of the Department of Teaching and Learning and OPEC to ensure instructional practices to support specially designed instruction in inclusive settings are embedded in all professional learning across the division for general educators, special educators, teacher assistants, and building administrators. Ensure all IEP teams are discussing assistive technology and understand how assistive technology provides meaningful access and engagement in the curriculum for many students with disabilities. Include how to support students using assistive technology in professional learning sessions required for general educators, special educators, teacher assistants, and building administrators. Ensure all administrators and school board members familiarize themselves with the key data in the most recent VBCPS Federal Fiscal Year 2022 Special Education Performance Report. That's linked in the full SEAC report that you were provided. VBCPS has not made state targets in multiple areas, including graduation, preschool outcomes, inclusive education environments, and some post-secondary outcomes. Continue to address the need for school properties, indoor and outdoor areas, to meet ADA standards.
So administration agrees with the recommendations proposed by SEAC. Recommendations are reflective of the ongoing collaboration with SEAC members, as well as discussions held at SEAC meetings. In addition, recommendations are aligned to strategies in the Compass to 2025 strategic framework, special education indicators, special education bills, as well as the work of the Department of Teaching and Learning. The last recommendation is outside the work of OPEC. However, OPEC staff will continue to collaborate with other division offices to include the Office of Facility Services when specific access needs are brought to our attention.
These are the meeting dates for our next year, and we want to say thank you to Dr. Myers-Daub and Vicki Manning for securing a specific location for us next year. That's really going to help us save time as well. And so we will be meeting all year in room 1 at Plaza Annex. And these meetings are open to the public. We want to hear from families of students with disabilities in VBCPS, and we welcome all to attend. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yep, so at this time, we're available for questions.
Okay. I'm waiting for, yeah, I can barely see my little thing. All right, Ms. Manning.
Well, I just want to thank you, Megan and Katie, for your leadership on the committee. It's a phenomenal group. I mean, board members, even if you're not on the committee, I highly recommend that you schedule a meeting to go to. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend the last couple, and I want to thank Ms. Franklin for subbing in for me. I have a new job, and it just conflicted with a standing meeting that I have. So thank you, Ms. Franklin, for standing in. I appreciate that. I missed being there. And I just want to also commend you, Ms. Myers-Daub, for the partnership that you've had with this committee. I really feel that because of your leadership of you and your team, you've taken it to the next level in the partnership, and I want to really thank you for that. I know that we still have room for improvement, as you said, but I think we're heading in the right direction, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Franklin?
Well, I just want to applaud you guys. I could just gush and gush, but just the meetings that I've attended, we might have some room for growth, but I have no doubt that with your targeted approach to your meetings and what you want to accomplish and everything that you are doing currently, that we will definitely bridge that gap. And I just want to applaud you all for doing such a great job. I would absolutely echo what Ms. Manning said in terms of come and see these meetings. We have the meeting dates available. What I learned about the assistive technology that we have was just astounding to me, all the resources that we have for our students with disabilities. And I just am so encouraged and excited about everything that you all are doing. So a big applause to you. Yeah.
And since these meetings are posted to the public, we can all go anytime. So it's posted, so there's no problem on our part. So thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Katie wouldn't join us at the podium, but she is back here. I know Mrs. Manning recognized her. She does a lot to keep everything organized. She spent a lot of time getting a Google Drive set up, so we definitely want to commend her on all of her work related to that.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Okay. We're good? All right. All right, item C under information is the Office of Gifted Education Update and Gifted Community Advisory, otherwise known as GCAC's, annual report on the 5-year plan implementation.
Good evening, School Board Chairman Melnick, Vice Chairwoman Franklin, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Crystal Wilkerson, Director of K-12 and Gifted Programs, and I'm here this evening to present an Office of Gifted Education update, as well as the Gifted Community Advisory Committee's annual recommendations. Joining me tonight is the current chair of the GCAC, Ms. Allison Krug, along with other members of the Gifted Administration team, Dr. Wilkins McCoy, Mrs. Bahuparopoulos, as well as Ms. Scott. I ask that you please hold any questions until the end of this presentation. This presentation will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be the GCAC's annual recommendations. You also have a copy of their complete annual report provided for you in your school board materials. The second part of tonight's presentation will provide an update on where we are with the development of the 2025 to 2030 5-year plan for the education of the gifted. As a reminder, community advisory committees support school divisions by providing feedback and offering community perspectives. The Gifted Advisory Community, per Virginia Code, has 2 key roles, which are to review the local plan, including any revisions, and to provide the administration and school board with an annual report containing feedback related to the implementation of the 5-year plan for the previous year. VBCPS engages with the Gifted Community Advisory Committee in many meaningful ways beyond their two required responsibilities, as we value their partnership and community voice when we plan and develop practices to support our gifted learners. Displayed here, you can see a few of the outcomes from the VBCPS and GCAC partnership this school year. GCAC has worked collaboratively with the Office of Gifted Education on a variety of topics, such as gifted data review, review of the 2020 to 2025 local plan for the education of the gifted, feedback on amendments for the 2020 to 2025 local plan, feedback on the development of the 2025 to 2030 local plan and Old Donation School, and enhancements to gifted programming within our division. All voting members were assigned a subcommittee to work on the development of the 2025 to 2030 local plan after ranking their interests, and were invited to attend the planning and development meetings to provide additional support. Once again this year, GCAC members participated in site visits to observe elementary, middle, and high school gifted cluster programs. Priority was given for GCAC members to observe schools within their feeder pattern that they represent, as well as their interests and availability. The first round was done in early December through early January, where 8 schools were visited with 12 GCAC members and school board representatives, Mrs. Franklin and Mr. Callan. The second round was done late February through late March, where 6 schools were visited with 9 GCAC members and school board representatives, Mrs. Franklin and Mr. Callan. During subsequent GCAC meetings, teams were able to debrief about their observations and discuss considerations moving forward as defined by the local plan for the education of the gifted. To repeat, the collective site visits this year encompassed a total of 14 schools by 12 GCAC members and 2 school board members. Here with me this evening to provide GCAC's review and recommendations is Mrs. Allie Krug, our GCAC chair.
Thank you so much, members of the school board. Sure, that would be fine. Thank you. Dr. Robertson, thank you for your time and attention and all of the innovative things that you are doing to lead this district. Thank you, leadership team, and thank you to the parents who are here tonight. I only have 2 slides, but I do have a few remarks to put this in context for you and try to bring to you the big picture for what it is that we're doing, where are we going, who are we serving. These are really important things. I don't know if you were raised with the 7 Ps like my dad taught me. I won't go through them all, but it has something to do with planning and progress. The 7 Ps pertaining to all of our students, gifted, identified, special education, all of the other students we serve, each of them with unique needs, pertains to placement. Where are they being placed? Who are we serving? Progress. How are we doing? How are we doing meeting their needs, and how are we measuring that? You'll hear that in the recommendations. Parents. How are we engaging parents? Parent engagement increases achievement and reduces absences. It's vital to working with parents as true partners. Programs to extend the reach of the teacher, because teachers are really challenged and stretched to meet the needs of these really unique and diverse students, whether they are special education or gifted, as you've already heard from the parents. Pedagogy. Highly value our gifted resource teachers and the teachers working on their gifted endorsement. These are teachers with very special training to meet the needs of these unique learners. The purse, I had to put a P there for the finances. The finances are critical. We need to be creative with finding funding to meet the needs of these gifted learners. And finally, public reporting is vital to increase trust and transparency and partnership with the public that highly values your school system. So getting into the slides, we have 6 recommendations this year. You have them in front of you, I'm certain. They're also in your minutes. For each of the recommendations, I'm going to be providing you context from the National Working Group on Advanced Education, which had 36 recommendations. I won't go through them all, but I have aligned some of the 36 with these recommendations, so you have a sense of what our body is recommending and what that actually looks like in real life. So to start with, recommendation number 1, meaningful growth measures. That's what this one is all about. So in alignment with all 6 components of the local plan, the gifted GCAC members would like to strengthen their partnership with district offices, in order to identify meaningful outcome measures to evaluate the extent to which the local plan is implemented with integrity and fidelity. This recommendation aligns with the working groups numbers 28 and 33 as follows. Number 28 is, in school and district accountability systems, place significant weight on student-level progress over time. That was one of my Ps, is progress. How are we doing? How are all of our students doing? And then disaggregate it by group. Number 33 is publicly report on the students participating in advanced education, including their achievement and growth over time, as well as their demographic characteristics. If we don't do this, then we actually penalize teachers because they are working so hard to grow kids and not getting credit for it. If you want more detail on that, I'm happy to speak to that. Number 2, GRT responsibilities. That's what this one pertains to. In the area of delivery of services, the GCAC recommends supporting building administrators in prioritizing essential GRT responsibilities as outlined in the resource cluster model handbooks. This recommendation aligns with the working group's recommendations number 3 and 4. Use assessment data, again, some data, to couple with what we found in the schools by actually going boots on the ground visits. We do need some data. So use assessment data to identify additional students for advanced education services in every grade. And number 4 is use local school-based norms. This is important. We do not use school-based norms across all of our gifted identification and placement. This will enhance diversity and making sure that we're reaching students in every area of Virginia Beach where they live. Number 3, high school programs. This is an area where both my students are now. I have many, many years of working with interesting people in my household. And I can report that it is a challenge, actually, as they get older. It doesn't actually get easier, and I found that to be a surprise. So develop a variety of opportunities at the high school level that supports gifted learners. This aligns with recommendations from the National Work Group 11, 12, and 13. Number 11 is embrace concurrent enrollment or dual enrollment. Number 12 is offer advanced courses in as many subjects as possible in grades 6 through 12. This requires above grade level testing to figure out what is actually the appropriate placement for these students and tapping into acceleration to meet the needs of these students, not just 1 grade level up, but sometimes 4 and 5 grade levels beyond where they actually are. Automatically enroll students participating in elementary school advanced education programs and subsequent advanced learning opportunities in middle and high school. We're doing a lot of good things already here in Virginia Beach. So these strategies open up substantial opportunity for low-cost initiatives, such as expanding our dual enrollment. Right now, you have to wait until 11th grade unless you have a special waiver, then you can get in at 10th grade. We should look at moving that down to 9th or even 8th grade. That would also serve the military families who are highly mobile. We have 17% of our students are military. 1 in 3 of our military-connected students is gifted. And of our gifted students, 1 in 3 is military. These are highly mobile students who have been in home schools, they've been in schools abroad, they've been in local schools in Italy, they've been in DODEA schools. They have unique learning trajectories. We really need to meet them where they are. And if we lean more on dual enrollment and Tidewater, it's a fantastic resource that can meet these unusual learners. If they want to pursue chemistry, great. If they want to pursue physics, great. We can meet them where they are. Slide 2, please. And I'm moving along. I won't get to all of my comments, okay? I recognize your time is precious and you are extremely dedicated. Really appreciate your time. So recommendation 4 is outreach to the community. We have so many good things going on here. Sometimes I wonder if we actually are reaching parents with all of the opportunities that are truly available. So our recommendation from GCAC is showcasing the opportunities for students through the K-12 continuum of gifted services. One of them is the Advanced Technology Center. And again, I'm just noting here that that was a surprise to me at just how wonderful an opportunity that is for some of our students who are not really engaged by the standard fare. Could be very well served there. So I wonder how well we are raising awareness about that unique resource. Number 5, increase the rigor in our gifted cluster programs. So in the areas of curriculum and instruction, the GCAC recommends that gifted programs continue to advocate for the implementation of rigor and gifted pedagogy in all gifted cluster classes. This aligns with the working group's recommendations 7, 8, 9, and 10. Number 7 is allow early entry to kindergarten. Frankly, I don't know if we do that, but we should be. Number 8, allow children who are ready for advanced material in all subjects to skip entire grade levels. A question was asked of me, Allie, what are you saying, just pass them? I'm saying no, place them. Place them in the appropriate grade level for the appropriate intellectual fit. That is the best way to maximize your dollar in meeting these students' needs. Go ahead and place them where they belong in the appropriate grade level. Could be full grade acceleration, it could be single subject. And that is for all grade levels, K through 12. That is appropriate and evidence-based. Number 9, allow children to skip grade levels in particular subjects. I just mentioned that. And number 10, grade compressed pathways for students. An outcome measure here that would be meaningful to you would be just looking at what is the proportion of our gifted students who are in accelerated grades, who have been accelerated. That would be interesting and meaningful. Illinois has begun doing that back in 2018. They decided that was an interesting performance measure. Number 6, meet the unique needs at each schools. And so when making staffing decisions, GCAC recommends that we should look at temporary employment agreements or other avenues that you find are appropriate. That is not my area of expertise. To staff the unique needs of Renaissance Academy, schools with Spanish immersion programs, and schools with exceptionally large populations of gifted identified students. And that aligns with the recommendations from the working group number 14, intentionally recruit underrepresented and underserved students for external advanced learning opportunities such as college for dual enrollment and or online courses. An outcome measure here would be, what is the proportion of economically disadvantaged students who are taking algebra in 8th grade? This is the gateway to getting an associate's degree by the end of high school. Not just do dual enrollment, but a full associate's degree. And that's what they're doing in Hampton. 125 kids every year are put on a pathway to go do that. So they are done with 2 years of college by the time they graduate. So in closing, it's important to note that advanced and gifted learners span a continuum of ability that you've heard from all the parents here tonight. It's a true continuum. It's not gifted or not. It's not binary. And frankly, we're actually missing gifted students. As good as our identification program is, we are actually missing students too. So it's not a perfect program. It's not a perfect remedy to use COGAT and NNET and our holistic criteria to find every student. We're not. They're still in our classrooms, gifted students, because they didn't happen to pop on those 2 tests. They'll pop for academics, for creativity, for leadership, for art, or they won't pop on any of those, and they'll be frankly interested in, physics or something else that it really is one of their passions. So it is important to keep in mind that Dr. Plucker, who is one of your esteemed consultants, has noted that in a study from 2015 that 20 to 50% of students start the year already knowing the math and reading material for the entire year. So these are students, again, who are not necessarily identified gifted, but they're already advanced. So we need to be looking at the full continuum of students in the cluster program. And with respect to ODS, those are the top 2 to 3% who are the outliers, who have all of the complexity, intensity, keen observation skills, creativity, in addition to being academically highly advanced. Those are the students who in 1st grade, they're actually ready for 4th grade math. So they're true outliers. So that is why, in closing, one of the GCAC recommendations is focusing on ensuring that the GRT is supported in meeting the essential duties in the schools, and gifted students should be allowed to use their voracious appetite for learning and reduce barriers. So to the point of the other parents, let's expand our opportunities for students to engage with meaningful learning and not look at closing schools necessarily, but expanding our options, being more flexible and more nimble across a continuum like the RTI for special education, and be creative with funding opportunities like ESSA. Titles 1, 2, and 4 are avenues of funding that are now approved for the use of gifted students. So I had more to say, but again, in respect for your time, I just wanted to close with that, and hopefully it was helpful. Thank you, Dr. Wilkerson. So thankful for our partnership.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. The Office of Gifted Education acknowledges the recommendations provided by GCAC, and we're so thankful for the time and energy that they give to provide our division their voluntary support. It is important to note that recommendations 1 and 4 are the only new recommendations this school year, as recommendations 2, 3, 5, and 6 are a continuation from last school year. Displayed here are the dates for the upcoming school year's GCAC meetings. For this upcoming year, the committee voted to hold the meetings at a centralized location, so all meetings will be held at Plaza Annex from 6 to 7:30 on these dates and are open to the public. At this time, We will transition to the second part of this presentation so that I may provide the school board with an update on our work to develop the next 5-year plan for the education of the gifted. When we last met, I shared with you this timeline for the development of the next plan. As indicated by the star on the slide, we are approximately halfway through this process. We held our last GCAC meeting on May 6th to receive their recommendations and hear their summary of the implementation of the 5-year plan. We have held 3 subcommittee meetings with diverse stakeholder representation to develop this plan. We have conducted several stakeholder feedback surveys, and we have met with Planning, Innovation, and Accountability's research team to study the research on gifted education models to inform our practices. In an effort to respond to stakeholder feedback and questions about effective models of gifted education, we asked our research department to examine the research and summarize the findings. This information was provided to all subcommittee members in a presentation at the June 6th meeting. Our PIA office also did a data review for us in response to the GCAC's request for data, and I will share some of this data on the next slide. One point of feedback we've received from GCAC is that they would appreciate more data being shared with them in order to support their responsibility of offering input on the implementation of the 5-year plan. Specifically, they asked about the achievement rates of gifted learners. We're thankful for the Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability as they partnered with the Office of Gifted Education to provide helpful data to share with GCAC. Here you can see a couple of the highlights of data shared, some of which was from the Gifted Cluster Evaluation. You have the full handout created by PIA that was shared with GCAC in your materials. I'll pause and give you just a moment to review this slide. Another step we've taken this year to enhance our gifted programs and to inform our next 5-year plan is to solicit multiple perspectives from our stakeholders related to gifted education, services, and the future of Old Donation School. Throughout the school year, the community has shared a wide range of ideas related to the future of ODS, and we wanted various stakeholders to provide input. This will help guide the development of the next 5-year plan, since there have been so many suggestions and ideas offered for your consideration. In the next few slides, I will provide the outcomes from these surveys. I'm sorry. Thank you. Here and included in your materials is input solicited from our GCAC collected via a survey that we conducted at the last GCAC meeting held on May 6th. 7 members were in attendance at this meeting of the 9 total current GCAC members. Through this survey, they had an opportunity to share their input on the overall purpose and future of Old Donation School. Rich discussion occurred around the purpose of ODS prior to the members responding to the questions independently. Displayed here are the survey results. The survey results are also provided in your school board materials. I will pause and give you just a moment to review this data. On this slide, you will see the continuation of the GCAC survey data. I will again pause for you to review the data shown. Additionally, during the June 6th Gifted Local Plan Subcommittee meeting, there were 45 attendees out of the 66 subcommittee members. Attendees were able to participate in giving input on the same survey questions that were given to GCAC on the overall purpose and the future of Old Donation School. At the beginning of our meeting, 35 attendees completed the survey. The results from the survey are also provided to you in your school board materials. I will pause and give you a moment to review the data. On this slide, you will see the continuation of the subcommittee survey data. I'll pause again for you to review the data shown. As you can see on this slide, the survey outcomes had many diverse opinions and conflicting views. Displayed here, you can see the top 3 areas where the GCAC and the subcommittees had the highest number of agree or were open to exploring and strongly agree, or that we should prioritize as their responses. The area of highest agreement between both surveys was that when doing ODS selection in grade 2, we should select 2 students with the highest rating from each homeschool and then open up the remaining seats to the highest rating students. I will pause to give you a moment to look at these survey comparisons. We have included in your materials for your review all individual comments collected about the purpose of ODS. We also recently opened a division-wide survey to gain public input and provide an opportunity to offer feedback related to each component of the next 5-year plan. We were disappointed that only 89 families responded. However, this data was analyzed by the Department of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability, which shared the top 5 suggestions for improvement based on community input as displayed. The outcomes were in turn shared with the subcommittees to provide with them additional insight as they provide support for developing the next plan. We have included in your materials for your review all individual comments collected from this survey. As you can see on the screen, the Office of Gifted Education plans to bring the draft of the 2025 to 2030 local plan for the education of the gifted to the school board retreat on July 9th to seek input and feedback based on the work done with GCAC and subcommittees. Following the retreat, we will meet with the local plan subcommittees for the final meeting on July 15th, where we will share with them the input provided during the retreat and give subcommittee members an opportunity to review the draft of the local plan in its entirety. During this meeting, subcommittee members will be able to give their final input as a committee into the 2025 to 2030 local plan draft. Our last step will be to bring the proposed draft back to the school board for information at the August 27th meeting and return to the school board for action on September the 10th. As you are aware, the work we do beginning in September, such as calendar, website updates, testing administration, and gifted identification this school year is all impacted by the decisions being made. These processes will inform our delivery of services for the 2025 to 2026 school year. We're grateful for our partnership with the GCAC and the participating members of our subcommittee and appreciate the time that they have devoted this year. We also would like to thank Mrs. Franklin and Mr. Callan for the time and service that they have dedicated to the GCAC committee. This concludes the recommendations from the Gifted Community Advisory Committee as well as the Office of Gifted Education update. We collectively welcome any questions at this time.
Okay, Ms. Brown?
Okay, so this was a lot of information. I first want to start by thanking the GCAC for all of your work. I know this is not an easy task, and I know it's a lot of information, and I know that because it's sitting in front of me. So I appreciate all of your efforts there, and I definitely, there's quite a few things that you said that I can agree with. I have a son that's actually identified as gifted myself, and you know, some of those ideas that you have are really great ideas as the committee. So I just wanted to thank you for that. My question relates to, it seems to me there's two different parts of this presentation. There's the GCAC recommendations. So at this time, is there any recommendation from the GCAC to dissolve ODS in this particular presentation?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, the GCAC is not even aware as to how ODS came in the crosshairs this year. And we definitely would not be able to endorse disbanding ODS. And I certainly have more to offer on that. There are many options that we could look at that would meet the needs of these interesting students.
Okay, I had to ask because we got some comments today and I was sitting here and I was a little bit surprised. And then I saw these surveys in here. I think these are from the GCAC. There's 7. And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
there is a couple of questions in there about it. And so it seems to me, though, that you guys are trying to determine the purpose of ODS. Is that correct?
The school board asked, what is the purpose and what is the future of ODS? And we frankly did not have enough time in order to do that. And I think we're going to implement some of the SEAC subcommittees in between the working groups so that we can fully answer your questions because we highly value you and your work, and we want to be able to provide you answers to your questions. Frankly, the surveys, I did not participate in creating the surveys, and I would have designed them to give you more clarity because the Likert scale used doesn't really help you. Open and interested in exploring is different than agree. And so it does make it a little confusing. What you're looking at there is not entirely helpful, nor is it a random sample, nor is it designed really to give you the clarity that you want. And certainly we could come up with something like that with intent, but it would take some collaboration.
Who created this survey?
The Gifted Office generously donated their time to try to compile all of the feedback during the year and to try to offer some clarity, but frankly, this is not, in my estimation as an epidemiologist, the way to go about doing that.
Okay, and I just noticed, you know, in the comment boxes, there was some discrepancies and the data presented, the words on the page and the answers circled were very different from one survey response to the next. So that's my question there. You know, and I think the other thing is, you know, we had a survey that went out to parents, and this is the separate part about the 5-year plan. And you said there was 89 respondents.
I don't want to tell you wrong, so let me flip back to that. Is that what it was?
Right. Yeah, and I think that was a question about, you know, the future of ODS and whether it would dissolve was in there. And, you know, as a board member, I've been asking quite frequently prior to sending out community input surveys like this that drive decisions that we have to vote on. And, you know, finding out that families think that ODS is closing is exactly the reason that I ask for these things in advance. I did get it as a parent. I did click on it. I didn't answer it because I'm a board member. I kind of feel like it's sort of a conflict to provide input in 2 different locations. But I did notice that it felt a little long.
That particular survey was sent in advance for review. That was the K-12
Oh, we did get it in
Insights.
advance?
Yes. You didn't receive the GCAC's input survey, nor did you receive the subcommittee survey, but you did receive the other one.
Okay, I will double check.
I can give some context to
I
the.
think that's just, I'm getting confused because there's more than one
Sure.
thing going
Sure,
on here
sure.
at the same time.
I can give some context. If you look at the GCAC input survey, if everybody would take a look at that right now while I reference this. If you recall, this board has had multiple conversations about ODS in various formats over the last several months. So I want to take you through the questions. Maintain the current structure and use of ODS. We have had members of this board who have wondered whether or not we needed to maintain the current structure and use of ODS. So we took it upon ourselves as administration. Let's engage with the GCAC and let's engage with the subcommittees and find out what they think. This board has discussed whether or not it is still the appropriate thing to serve gifted intellectual kids in grades 3 through 8. Or should we look at only elementary school? Or should we look at should we keep it at 2 through 8? Or should we reduce the number of seats in middle school and increase the seats in elementary school? All of these questions were developed by discussions that have been had at this board by different board members. Now, I'm going to confirm that you said 7 of 9 current GCAC members completed this survey.
Correct.
So that is not going to be a random sample. You went to a particular group, the GCAC, to get their input. Okay, so that's a valid measure. Then we go to the subcommittee input. You ask the subcommittee the same question. That also would not be a random sample. That's purposeful sampling, where you went to the subcommittee, members that are developing the areas of the gifted plan, and 35 members of this committee responded. You then attempted to triangulate that data by going to the community survey data. Now, there could be some discrepancy as to whether or not the questions were still appropriate on the community input survey to triangulate those 3 pieces. However, you did articulate in slide number 17 where there was GCAC agreement and there was subcommittee agreement. And there was only one area where there was overall agreement, and that's as noted in red. At this point, we are still in the development phase and the investigative phase, and you'll get another presentation in July where we're trying to take all this information and come back to this group with options and recommendations for this group to decide. So I think it's important for us to recognize we did not just randomly select questions that we wanted to survey. These were questions that were created based upon comments that were made by board members over the last several months. And there was a reason and a method to collecting that information that we will use in developing a recommendation as to how to proceed. And then at that point, we will be looking for input and feedback from the board on whether or not we've gotten it right or whether or not we need to make other decisions. I think we all need to recognize this is a topic that gains great interest and people feel very strongly about, and that's great. The involvement's outstanding. I'm also disappointed with only 89 members of the community responding, but we have seen that before. So we will continue to work on this information and engage you again in a conversation in July around the next steps in the process.
Thank you for all that information and explanation. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. With respect, Dr. Robertson, we have a way to collect the information without the emotion, and I would love to be a part of that. It is a very charged topic, but we can look at progress, student progress. Seeking growth is one of the district's goals at the bottom of every email, and we could see where we're doing well with that and where we're not doing as well, and then make some educated and evidence-based decisions that take the charge out of it. And I would love to collaborate with you on that.
Yeah, that's a separate reason for the input that was received on these 2 surveys, and we agree we need to have some outcome measures.
Right. My committee cannot provide you with responses to that survey without that information. Otherwise, it's just gut feeling.
Okay, Ms. Manning?
Yeah, so I too was caught a little off guard by getting emails and all the speakers here today asking why we're considering closing ODS. I mean, we have to be careful about our approach on this. I mean, asking these questions, it's gonna
solicit a response from our community. And, you know, if we decided we wanted to close a high school, I mean, there's, you know, years-long processes. And this is a very important program, and for the 7.5 years I've been on this school board, not once has anyone ever come to me and said, I think you should close ODS. It's always been you need to expand ODS. So I was a little concerned about how this was presented and getting the community worked up and concerned about this issue. I think that we could have handled it a little bit differently. I want to comment on some of the GCAC recommendations. One of them that I think could fall in 4 or 5, but I think it was mentioned in 5, is to skip grade levels. You know, thinking outside the box and providing other opportunities. When I talk to parents sometimes who call me, who they feel that their students aren't being served in the gifted cluster classroom, but they didn't get into ODS, that's a conversation that I have with them. And they're always like, well, I didn't know that was an option. I didn't know that was an option when my son was in elementary school until the principal told me about it. And we did choose that option for him. And it was the best decision that we ever made. So I would like to see us do more of that, present those options for the students that it could work for. Obviously, that has to be a parent choice as well. We can't force that. But I think for some students, it could be a great opportunity for them. On the gifted student achievement data on slide 11, item 3 says 88% of intellectually gifted students in the resource cluster program who responded to a survey agreed that the instruction they received at their school met their academic needs. I don't have the survey in front of me, but I do remember looking at that in depth when we got it, and that's not the recollection that I had. I recall a lot of students and parents, maybe parents, saying that their students were not receiving or being challenged, receiving the instruction that they should be receiving in gifted cluster. So if we could we get what you're referencing here, the 88% of intellectually
It's in your packet. And that came out of the gifted cluster PIA evaluation earlier in the year.
Yeah, so it says 88% of the gifted students. Maybe the difference was the parents didn't feel that they were.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. The students, when they reported, the 5th graders, 1/3 of them said math was not challenging enough,
Yeah.
1/3 said it was correct fit, and 1/3 said it was too challenging.
Yeah, so I, you know, my memory, and so I'd like to take a look at that survey again because I just don't feel like it's reality with our gifted cluster model. And then on slide 17, the idea of selecting 2 students with the highest ratings from each comprehensive homeschool. From what I recall, I don't think that we do that with any of our other academic programs or specialty programs, and so I'm concerned that if we do it for one, it's kind of going outside of what we normally do. And I'm also very concerned because I don't want students who aren't prepared and have the ability to be at ODS, to be at that school and be overwhelmed and not be prepared for it. You know, if the highest student at one of the schools is a 4.44, but everybody else is a 5.55, those 4.44s might struggle. And so I ask my colleagues to really give that some thought when we're considering the selection process and the upcoming changes to the local plan on gifted education. Thank you.
Yes, and yeah, thank you for all your work. This is a big one. I also had concerns with that recommendation. I've got it highlighted several times and starred about the 2 for kind of the same reasons that my colleague has already stated. Now, when you sent it out to the general population, did you send out the survey to every single household?
So, yes, but that was a different survey. The survey data results that you're looking at, were separate. The GCAC and the subcommittee, they received the survey with the questions that Dr. Robertson just reviewed, and then every other household, whether they were gifted or not, had an opportunity to provide input on each of the 5 components of the gifted plan.
Okay, and that was when we got 89 responses.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am, you can't, I'm so sorry. We can't have questions from
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, how was it just sent out? How was it sent out?
It was sent out through the Alert Now from the division. It was a division-wide send out.
Okay. So, yeah, that is just a lot. Well, I mean, I know that if I was a parent and didn't have a child in the gifted program, I probably would have just not paid any attention to it, obviously. So maybe, especially since I've gotten that we identify, 25 to 30% of our students are gifted. That's a huge hunk of people that maybe we could have just focused on sending it to those 15,000 or however many that we do there. I've brought this up several times, and I can't really see it reflected on any of the questions. Maybe I'm missing it, but and hopefully we will have a conversation at the retreat or whenever we're discussing the 5-year plan, but kind of goes back to the purpose. I've often said and agreed with many of our speakers tonight of the original purpose of a standalone building is to service the needs, the very complex needs of these learners who learn quite differently. We're not just smart, we're not just a little out of the box, and that's not 25% of people in our district. That's not 20%, that's not 15, that's not 10, it's probably 1 to 3% that cannot maximize their potential in a comprehensive school. That's what I always thought the purpose of standalone ODS was for. So I want to really have that conversation again to come back to what is the purpose of this building, and are we doing that, or do we have another purpose where it's just going to kind of be for bright kids, and some will be at the building and some will be at cluster and whatever. So I look forward to that conversation. That's very important to me. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
I also have brought up something several times, but didn't see it. I didn't see it on any of the survey questions. The fact that, and I believe it's even been recommended that we explore satellite sites throughout our city in different locations, maybe different districts. That's not reflected on any of the questions, but my idea of satellite sites, I had several of them, but one of them had to do with the fact that using satellite sites in districts throughout our city in lieu of the gifted clusters that we have in homeschools. So in other words, using satellite sites throughout the city in specific places for students who are identified as gifted but maybe didn't make the cut for ODS, but we still need to meet those student needs also. And as was pointed out, my memory is that several parents have emailed us that their children are not getting, being challenged through the cluster groups that they have in homeschools. And I would like to see more discussion about that. I know that would have a budget impact, but we need to start asking City Council for money to meet the needs of our school system. And this is one particular area that we really need to study hard and show that we have a need for that, because the feedback that I'm hearing from parents right now is that the clusters are just not meeting the needs of those gifted students who didn't meet the cut for ODS. And as a teacher, I remember those clusters. I used them as well. We had the gifted teacher coming to my classroom once a week, or sometimes it would be only maybe once a month, depending on, because I did teach kindergarten, so they didn't come as often. But I can see the point that these parents are making when they say this is not meeting my child's needs. Maybe their child was only a 5.54 and they didn't make the cut at ODS. But they definitely learn differently. They need to be challenged more in a specific way. And so I strongly believe that satellite sites throughout our city in different areas could help meet the needs of these students. And we need to explore that and find out how much it would cost. And then if we need to go to City Council and say, look, we really need to do this. This is what's going to meet the needs of our students. we need to strongly, advise city council to meet those needs financially. And I also agree with my colleagues who state that they don't agree that the ODS selection of only choosing two top students from a school and then going to other schools. I agree that a student who's a 555 who might be from one school, two of them, and then maybe two students from another school might only be a 554 or maybe only be a 444. Those would not at all be compatible for what we're looking for students to go to ODS. And I think we've made that clear through stating that we're back to the 555 standard now for what we're looking for meeting students' needs at that particular school. So I also disagree with that recommendation. I don't think it would be at all compatible for what we're looking for. Thank you.
Ms. Owens?
Ms. Owens, please unmute.
There we go. Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Apologize. So I appreciate all the information. I think it's the start of a much broader conversation that we'll need to continue to have, hopefully with some of that happening during the retreat. I'm hoping that the next time we have the conversation, we could have perhaps some information that does look at the success measures. I'm particularly interested in how the, I guess, incoming second graders from the class that was that came in with the different rating and the controversy, how they are doing in comparison to other groups that have come perhaps before them. If those second graders who came in that rating system are succeeding and kind of doing well across the board comparatively to their previous cohorts, what it says to me is perhaps those students are being served well in that setting. And if they are being excluded other times, then maybe we are not serving all students who would benefit from that learning environment the way they should be. But I can't make those kind of assumptions one way or the other without seeing how this cohort did and how that compares to previous cohorts. It certainly would speak to the need for expanding the opportunities in our home schools. But it kind of creates almost an interesting experiment, though not purposefully that way, of how we would look at these students. And it plays into whether I would agree with picking the top two from each of our schools across the district to have that representation at ODS that represents all of our constituents. Because if we have students from that second grade class that would have been a 5-4 whatever, and they are succeeding and they are doing just as well as their peers, then that says to me maybe we should allow for that representation before we fill all the slots. So I think I'm needing that additional information before I can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Ms. Franklin?
Well, thank you so much, and I can attest, and I'm sure Mr. Callan can attest to the fact that there has been so much work that has been put into this, and so many visits, and you know, I have learned a ton just about gifted students in the last 3.5 years, and it's an important conversation because they definitely are a cohort of students that have certain needs, and I want to make sure that, you know, as I've been progressing in my knowledge about, you know, I did have two kids that went to KLMS at the time, and you know, I understand the needs that those particular students have, but I think we have to also make sure that we keep talking about the fact that gifted is not equivalent to just being smart, you know, and we have to have that discussion because it's very easy to categorize these kids and just say, oh, well, they're just the smart kids. They're going to thrive in any environment. And I think that what I've learned the most is that these kids have also got other factors that could potentially limit them if they're not in a particular setting. Because then they're bored, they become discipline issues, maybe. Just different factors. I don't want to generalize this, but that's so much of what I've learned is just that it's not just about being smart. Gifted is perception. It's how you go about life. It's how you look at things, how you articulate, the students that actually spoke today, it was just amazing how they were able to articulate their thoughts. I know that, Ms. Krug, you've talked about your child self-advocating. And we've heard some other examples of that. So without going into a long explanation and all, digression of what everything I've learned. I think that is why it's so important to me to ensure that we talk very carefully about ODS, because it was created for a reason. It is an important aspect to our learning in Virginia Beach, and I want to just mention that I was able to learn that through all of this time with your group. Now I do want to ask you though, in terms of the ODS selection, the one that's in red, that is the source of some of the concern here. We have had so many discussions in GCAC about widening the net, ensuring that we are getting a more diverse population. And I know that is something that the VDOE actually discussed with us many years ago. And so is that the reason why that was an agreement of both GCAC and the subcommittee?
No, so basically when we were looking at triangulating the data, that was the data point that they both had alignment with, both reports. So if you can see from that slide on the left, the GCAC had differing opinions from what the subcommittees had, and that was the area in which they both aligned. The highest part of which they aligned.
Correct, but I'm just trying to think of the reasoning behind.
Oh, why they would have aligned?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can say.
So that would be interesting if we could discuss that.
Yeah.
Because, I think if we had a better understanding of why that was something that they felt was important between both groups.
I have an answer for that. Speaking as GCAC chair, I know where that comes from. It comes from Dr. Plucker talking about trying to do local norms for placement, because not all students will have the same kind of front-loading opportunities.
Sure.
So if we look at 55 elementary schools and we take 2, that gets us roughly to almost half of that entering class. But if we change the composition of middle school, which has more students per grade level, and we slide that seat capacity down into the elementary, then we're looking at a chance to get the 555s of 554 plus potentially the top 2.
Okay.
And that would allow for our efforts toward diversity to actually be materialized as well.
Which, again, is part of what we are charged to do, correct? So I would like to ask you for the retreat, as we're talking about that, if we could get more data about that and the reasoning, and just have a little bit more insight about helping us make a decision about that. And I do love trying to bring some standard measures into this for us to be able to assess. Thank you.
And so to Mrs. Franklin's point, that's where I believe the dissolution of the building program came from this board, is that we do not have a really diverse population at Old Donation. It's not. We heard students say they thought it was a multicultural experience, but it's not. And that is why this board talked about expanding ODS so that its reach was felt across the city for all students. Because let's be honest, not every student who tests a 555 is going to go because they don't want to, or because their parent doesn't want them to. And we know who those students are because we test them all. We also have parents that, like Mrs. Manning said to her point, that don't understand the program and or necessarily know how to fill out all the paperwork that is required for entry into that school. that's real. I've had principals take me aside to tell me that story. That's what. That's where that came from. And it's not fair to our entire community. So to Mrs. Anderson's point, that is why she really talked about the satellite programs to meet the needs. So little mini old donations all across our city, or as she pointed out, maybe even districted, so that it is fair across the board. You know, I've heard from one parent in particular who's reminded me more than once that there are students at Old Donation, maybe some with 555s, that are still struggling, whose parents have hire tutors, that have a whole host of extra just to keep their child there. And Mrs. Manning made that point too, that maybe not everybody is cut out for Old Donation long term, that they might go, but maybe parents feel the pressure of keeping their students in once they get in. And so I think in fairness for those questions, that those were real questions. But my other question is a funding one. And so how much money do we put into how much money do we have for the gifted program for just across the division?
We can bring all of that to you at the retreat so that you have that background information and can look at it comprehensively for gifted.
Does most of that
in
money go
comparison to
just to
ODS.
Old Donation?
A great portion of it goes to ODS.
Okay, so we're not meeting, funding is also an issue for what we need to do within our classrooms across the city, because most of the funding goes to Old Donation.
And everything has a cost, obviously, but
And
we'll
everything.
bring you that as well. To Mrs. Anderson's point, we'll bring in an analysis of a center cost as well.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I had for now. Yeah, please. Sure.
If you would also do us a favor and talk about, because I know that we definitely talked about some measures that we were looking at to create more of a bridge between ODS and the cluster groups, and maybe satellites. So if we could also make sure that we bring some of that additional information. I know you guys have already been discussing that, and I'd love to hear some of the ideas that you all have. I think that some parents out there don't realize that many of the concepts are not just being shared with just the gifted cluster groups. They're being shared, you know, the GRTs are sharing that with teachers who then are utilizing that in every classroom and not just with gifted students, so that they can increase the knowledge and awareness of all students. So it might feel like they're not getting as much, but I think it would be really good to get a lot of clarity around what they're trying to accomplish there, so we can ensure the public is aware of all that. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Krug, Dr. Wilkerson, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You referred to yourself as an epidemiologist.
Master's degree.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for that. Sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you so much for your time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And now, exploring an additional third grade classroom at Old Donation School, and we welcome Danielle Colucci, Chief Academic Officer.
Good evening. Thank you. Tonight I will provide you with some information and considerations due to the school board's request to explore the possibility, logistically, cost-wise, and what it would mean if we were to consider adding a classroom in third grade to Old Donation School. So displayed here, you can see the purpose of this presentation. Our hope is that the considerations and the information we share with you this evening will help you and assist you in examining this possibility, should you decide to take action. The information Dr. Wilkerson shared this evening may also support you in the decision you are considering, and I'll be able to take any questions you might have as follow-up at the conclusion of the presentation. The first consideration centers around the 2022-23 applicant pool. As you see here, we've displayed for you each grade level and the students rated with the highest rating that school year. So as you can see, the rising second graders, who are your first graders here during this school year, 244 students received the highest rating that year, with 130 seats available in the second grade that they would be entering. You might note as well, fifth grade, These are the two grade levels where we receive the most applications. I'll give you a moment to analyze that. Another consideration we felt the school board would want to consider and look at is logistical. If the school board wishes to add a third grade class, this would be a one-time addition of the teacher allocation. A teacher would be hired to fill a third grade allocation, and any other support staff that would be needed as far as supervision. For example, if a halftime PE assistant would be necessary for that grade level, for supervision, lunch, and those kinds of things. We wanted you to look at the staffing, and we'll share that in just a moment. Each year that additional teaching allocation that you would allocate would matriculate up to the next grade level. So we would not be able, or we would not have space to add more each year. It would matriculate. Another logistical consideration that the administration reviewed was space. And the current most appropriate space that would be available would be the third grade classroom would be the elementary science lab. And so we've been there, we've analyzed that with our facilities team. And then of course, you would want to be aware that that science lab would need to close for 3 years for use by the current ODS students. Another consideration we felt you may want information on relates to the cost. This is approximate. So we would need to finalize quotes with facilities for some of the renovations that they've estimated. We have been out there. We've assessed the cost of a classroom set of furniture. And so I'll pause so that you can review that now as well. And again, the salary range could be at the low end of $92,000 or the higher end if more support staff is needed for electives and supervision. And the final piece of information this evening that I'll share is the process that we would need to take to add a third grade classroom. And so this would be the recommendation to do that effectively. The total number of seats for the new class would not exceed 26 students, and the teacher allocation would matriculate to grades 4 and 5 in the following school years. Only 2024-25 third grade applicants would be eligible, and no special exceptions would be made to ensure an appropriate process is utilized. As per our plan, applicants would be selected based on their rating from highest to lowest, highest being the 555. If there were more applicants with the highest rating of 555 than there are seats, a random draw would occur per our current plan. If there are less with the highest rating than there are seats, applicants from the next tier would also be selected. Applicants not selected for the extra classroom would remain in the applicant pool as they would currently, and in consideration for available seats that might become open before the start of the school year. There would be no appeals for this process. I'll give you a moment to review that. And at this time, I'm available for any questions that you might have as you consider this.
Ms. Franklin?
Thank you, Dr. Colucci. I appreciate this. So I do have a couple questions because, again, Mr. Callan and I and many in the gifted team, we've had a couple discussions about this. And so I just wanted to say that, there is not going to be a perfect solution for this. And I, quite frankly, after looking at everything, I'm just going to go on record as saying I do support adding the additional third grade. I do have a question though, and we have to make sure the public understands that we understand that it's not going to be a perfect solution for everybody, but in order to accommodate, you know, a good segment of families, that this is the solution that is going to work. And so, you know, we have talked about this. Retesting would make it impossible for any family to be able to take advantage of getting into ODS, into an additional classroom. So I understand it's not perfect, but it's, you know, as close as we're going to get, I think, after all the look-sees that we've done. So with that said, though, we did have an email from a parent, and I thought it was kind of an interesting question, and I just want to actively ask you. So if we have this class, and, you know, they're going to be retested next year, okay, because we test every year, right? So if they're going to be retested.
But a child that is enrolled at ODS stays at ODS. They do not get retested or reselected. They stay there.
I understand. So their question, though, was, with this particular class, would there be an ability to retest? And I just want to publicly ask that so they can get a response to their question.
No, the answer would be no, we would not remove a child that was already attending school there.
Okay. That was the question that was asked by a parent, and I just wanted to make sure that we asked publicly so that we can address that tonight. Because their suggestion was to retest that class next year to see, you know, if there's a possibility, because they perhaps maybe didn't, you know, apply this year. So I just wanted to make sure that their question was answered, and they didn't have to wait for a response on that. And so, with that being said, I think that we have really tunneled down the best road, the best avenue to move forward. And I thank you for your time, and I do support this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I understood one of the emails that came through was from a parent whose child did not get selected last year when we had the lottery process. And they did not want to put their child through it this year because they understood at the time that there were only going to be 3 or 4 seats. So they didn't test to have their child tested this year. So next year, entering 4th grade, for example, would there be an opportunity for testing again in case somebody moved? What if somebody moved away?
Well, that's always the case. So
Right.
anyone can apply every year. You can apply every year if your child is identified gifted. So yes, they could absolutely do that. They might not be guaranteed a seat depending
Right,
on their
right.
rating and space available.
Because people do move. We have a lot of military in the area who do leave. So I'm not saying there's a lot for that, but we do have openings occasionally.
Yes.
So I was just wondering about that myself because I understand the dilemma that the parent went through this year. But, you know, right now, we don't have an opportunity to retest anyone who decided not to test earlier in the spring. So,
Again, Ms. Anderson, I remind you that you're picking the most qualified applicants for this grade. We
Right.
don't want to reward you for how you tested in 2nd grade. We want to see those people wanted to go to 3rd grade. Out of those people, they took the 3rd grade test. They were evaluated on the potential for 3rd grade. You can't reward them for how they tested in 2nd grade.
I get that.
So if you chose not to do the process and you didn't choose the 3rd grade test, you thought when 2nd grade you were evaluated for how good, what your potential was for 2nd grade. They needed to go through the testing for the grade that they were applying for. And I'm sorry if parents make a choice, but they make those choices all the time. They would be evaluated on a different standard, and we just can't offer different standards for.
Right, and I understand that. I guess I was trying to give a little ream of hope so that maybe that particular parent could say, well, we'll test next year, and if somebody moves and there's 1 or 2 seats available, maybe you'll qualify. You know, like I said, we
Yes.
can't go back and retest everybody.
I understand.
I don't know if you have it right in front of you, and I know I've seen it before, but do you know how many openings there were this year in third and fourth grade at ODS?
I can get that. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, I'd be very curious. I think it may be in my email somewhere, but when I type in ODS, it doesn't exactly bring up what I'm looking for. If do you know?
We had 2 openings that organically were open this year, before considering the third grade.
For third grade?
Yes.
What about fourth? Do
I
you
don't
know?
know about fourth grade,
Okay.
but I do know about third grade.
All right. So I'm just gonna make a couple comments here. You know, I as much as I would love to go back and do reevaluations, a lot of times in governance, solutions are not perfect. I would love to be able to satisfy every stakeholder with every single decision, but it just can't be done. I do support adding the third grade classroom, and I do support these recommendations. I do think that there is a pretty clear need, that it was the greatest need based on the data presented, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Callen, I was just gonna say, we're done. Yes, sir.
Let me reiterate a question that Ms. Anderson raised, just to make sure that there is full clarity, because I was left with a little uncertainty, so maybe there are others who share that position as well. So we're gonna deal with a hypothetical situation of an individual who chose not to have their child tested, and as a result, they will not be a consideration for any seats in the 2024-25 school year. They now realize that maybe that wasn't the wisest decision for themselves and their children. And as a result, there is then the following year, 25-26. Are they able to have their children subjected to the testing process to possibly open the window in 25-26?
They are, and every year until 7th grade.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes.
So I just want to thank my colleagues and and your team for all of this work. This was a lot of work. How many standalone gifted buildings are there in the 134 school districts in the Commonwealth?
I believe VDOE told us that they were only aware of maybe one other besides us when we researched that at the beginning of the year.
So we're very fortunate, and we've
We are.
invested a lot in this, and I thank you for all of your work, and I look forward to July 9th.
Yes,
Yeah,
we do
thank you.
too. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and last for information is the school board committee assignments. And so on this weekend, I sent the committee assignments. Mrs. Franklin and I worked on it on Friday. I think I sent it Friday night. And it was difficult. It was easy and difficult because most people wanted to remain the same, to continue their work on the committees that they were originally assigned, and so that made it a little easier. However, we for certain have 4 board members exiting on the 31st of December, and 2 up for re-election, so that made it a little more difficult, because there is a chance we could have 6 new board members. So I did want to tell you that the draft you received this weekend omitted I just accidentally omitted the mental health task force and had to check with Dr. Robertson on Monday that we're keeping that intact. So that was added, and that is Jessica Owens and Carolyn Weems who serve on that now. We need an additional member of this board to step up for the governance committee, because with the dissolution of the PPMC, that the chair of that old committee served on the governance committee. So I do need one member of the board to step up that is not me or someone on audit. PRC chair will be on governance. Mrs. Brown is an at-large member. Is there anybody that would like to?
What time do they meet?
I didn't think it was a possibility.
Okay, wait, I can't talk. Okay, Ms. Mann.
Okay, so it's my understanding, and I looked at I'm not able to pull up the bylaws on my computer right now, but it's my understanding when we voted on the changes to the bylaws, this committee now only has 4. You can't add another at-large member. The way that we changed the bylaws, and this board voted to approve that, it will only be 4, and the only way to change that is through a bylaw change.
Okay, well, now we don't need anybody. Ms. Anderson.
That was my understanding as well. So
Okay.
therefore, I did not ask to remain on the committee.
Okay, well then we'll leave it as it's reported, in your packet. The other thing is, I did talk to, Mr. Culpepper today, who, I explained, if anybody's interested, I had 2 board members, Mrs. Riggs and Mr. Culpepper, who both asked for the same 2 committees. And so, I gave Mr. Culpepper the audit committee, and he and I talked about that today, and I gave Mrs. Riggs the legislative committee so that she could work in tandem with the VSBA, delegate assembly, so kind of hand in hand there. And Mr. Culpepper, who has another 2.5 years on his term, I placed him on the audit committee. And that committee, is, that's the committee I have the most concerns about, because there's a charter attached to that committee. And that charter states that it must remain consistent. And so I appreciate Mrs. Weems and Mr. Culpepper stepping up to serve on that committee. And I've left Mrs. Franklin, and if she exits on the 31st of December, then we can replace her, or I can continue as ex officio until we can actually appoint a third person. In addition to the citizen member, Mr. Davenport. The Special Education Advisory Committee, Mrs. Manning, tonight you mentioned that you have a standing,
Yeah, that's why I did not request to remain on the committee.
okay, so I would
I'm
like.
fine with being an alternate.
Oh, you're fine with being an alternate?
Yeah.
Okay, even though you can't go if she can't?
I can make exceptions.
Okay, all right, I thank you for that very much. And, workforce development. Oh, that's right. That's you, Ms. Brown. We placed you on workforce development with Ms. Weems. That was an oversight.
And then, the member of the GCAC is now going to be, myself.
Oh, yes, and, the GCAC is, I went one below. It is, Mrs. Franklin
And Mr. Cowan.
and Mr. Cowan. And not Mr. Culpepper. And that was actually,
No, for GCAC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, I was too. Yeah, it's on page 3 of 4. The GCAC is, we're gonna let that remain the same. Mr. Franklin, Mrs. Franklin and Mr. Callen have, been a good team, and we'd like to keep that solid.
So you're gonna leave that as Franklin and.
Franklin and Callen. I have a copy. Are you making notes?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's why what you received this weekend was a draft. We did publish this to the, public first thing Monday morning. And, now we will clean this up and have it as part of your packet for July 9th. Did anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns, with what's in front of you? Oh, good deal. Ms. Weems.
Yes, thank you. And, I did bring this up to, Ms. Melnick, but I didn't have the chance to talk to my colleague, Ms. Anderson. But just, I thought I was requesting all my, committees that I was already on, and I left off BUC. So I am available to be on BUC, but Ms. Anderson's on it. But I'm just offering that out because I'm on it now, and it seems kind of silly for me to go off of it for 6 months and then go back on it. So, but I am available to do BUC. I thought I had requested, because when I wrote down all my committees, I was requesting all the ones I'm currently on, plus I added audit. But Ms. Anderson, if you want to be on that for 6 months, that's fine, but I'm available to continue being on BUC.
I would like to be on that committee because I do have some concerns that were not addressed, that I tried to get addressed last year, and I would like to be on that committee so that I could address those things when we meet again in December.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's only one meeting in December?
We only have one meeting, so,
Well,
I mean,
then-
you can address them without being a member, but that's fine, I'm not gonna, okay. Okay.
I didn't realize it was only one
Yeah,
meeting. All right.
I had forgotten that we were even meeting, but yeah, I do now remember that there's one meeting in December. I was a little curious about the legislative committee, because usually the chair does not serve on a committee. Usually, I know I'm assuming there were some other people that would like to be on the legislative committee. So I'm just curious about that, and then also curious about the policy review. I think there was 2 members that probably put policy review as their only request, Ms. Owens and Ms. Manning. So those were
So-
just kind of curious to me.
Would you like me to answer that? Okay. So for, as I stated in the beginning, Mr. Culpepper, asked for audit and legislative, and so did Mrs. Riggs. And when we talked, when Mrs. Franklin and I talked about it, I was gonna do one each. And Mrs. Riggs did not get audit because I felt that Mr. Culpepper would be better served because I need him for consistency. And I need him to remain on that committee as long as he can. So that's why we put him there. And then Miss Riggs asked to be back on legislative committee, as she is an outgoing member and would like to be a part of the planning for the legislative agenda, and then work in conjunction with the VSBA and her participation at the delegate assembly. And so I thought that that was a fair assessment, especially since Mr. Culpepper can step back up in January, and we just allow her as an exiting member to serve for that 6 months. And when we talked today, he said he would be willing to come back onto legislative and be there for the entire session in January.
Okay, I guess my confusion is if you have a member, like you've got Mr. Culpepper that wants to be on legislative, but you're taking a spot and you're chair of the school board, but you're on legislative committee, and Ms. Riggs had resigned from it, so I don't know why Mr. Culpepper can't continue to be, especially since he was chair, why he can't continue to be on legislative committee. I would hope that the chair, if other members want to be on a committee, that the chair of the school board would say, yes. If nobody wanted to be on it, I could understand it. So I guess that's my confusion. It's why you're on it, but another member who requested it is not on it.
This was a pretty difficult, the chair of the school board can be on committees too. It's just that this was a very difficult piece with upwards of 6 people exiting. And I thought we did a pretty decent job giving everyone just about everything that they asked for. I think in fairness, the policy review committee is staying exactly the same. There have been no changes to that committee. And we felt that they've done a great job working together, and Ms. Owens asked to say, Ms. Brown asked to say, and Ms. Anderson asked to say, so Ms. Manning.
Yes, so our bylaws state that the chair shall be the ex officio of all committees. The chair can't be an ex officio of all committees if the chair is also on a committee. In the years that I've been on this board, chairs have never put themselves on committees except if there was an extenuating circumstance where there was an empty spot. So I share Ms. Weems' concerns that the chair has put herself on a committee, especially one that was requested by multiple board members. My next concern is that I, as a seasoned at-large school board member, have no representation whatsoever on any of our 5 school board standing committees. I asked to serve on the policy committee, and I was not placed on that committee, and I will not support the recommendations that have been made by the chair and vice chair on these committee assignments.
Okay, so to satisfy that request, I will step down from legislative and I will allow Mr. Culpepper to step up. And I will serve as ex officio because we have a lot of members of this board who are unable to meet their obligations for committee work. And so I will remain as ex officio and step up where needed, and I'm sure I will be needed. I got one request from you. That was it. And it's very difficult when you're given one request and the members of that committee currently have all asked to stay, that I would remove somebody for those 6 months as you're exiting and they've been doing the work. It's not easy. It's not easy work, but you gave me one choice, and that's not the first time you've done that. You've listed one item, and then afterwards you say, I didn't get it. And there are many people on this board that serve in so many capacities on so many boards because nobody wants to do the work. Or people have jobs that don't allow them to meet for all of this committee work. It is very difficult. And it is very difficult when you have staff that have to attend these meetings and people don't show up. And I can only ask so much of the board members. And I'm not complaining about people's jobs, but if you can't do the work, just say you can't do the work. Many of us are willing to fill in. We do it for discipline, and we do it without complaining. But I felt that we did a good job in placing people. Ms. Brown.
May I finish, please? I am very willing to serve on the policy committee. There's no lack of people wanting to serve. I don't think that there were any committees that you couldn't fill a spot. I didn't even receive the courtesy of a phone call to say, I'm not putting you on the policy committee, do you want something else? So I hope that my colleagues will join me.
Who would you like to step
and-
down from the policy committee? Would anybody be willing to step down?
That's not my decision,
Would
but.
I honored the people who are already serving.
This is just purely political is what it is. I'm an at-large representative of this school board. I represent all of the constituents of Virginia Beach, and they deserve to have a voice on one of our standing committees. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to serve on governance?
I would like to serve on policy committee. As I've said before, I don't even think we should have a governance committee. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. All right, so I appreciate the changes. There's been some changes since I put myself in queue, but so I have a couple of comments. I have a question for Ms. Lanetti as well, but I first want to mention that when board members feel like, and I'm not talking about myself, I'm on a number of committees and I'm very happy to serve wherever need be, but when board members feel like they consistently ask to be on committees and are consistently turned over, they're going to only ask for the committee that's most important. So I would hope that maybe it's a possibility moving forward that we rank our selections in order of most importance, so that, if somebody's really got a heart to serve on something, that we know what that is. So I just wanted to make that comment. Ms. Linetti, this is slated for a vote on, the 9th of July. Can you confirm for me, we do not accept public comment at our abridged meeting, correct?
That's what your bylaw has, unless you make a special exception to it. You could do that, you can accept, but generally your bridge meetings do not have public
Very
comments.
long meeting already. Madam Chair, I would really like to see us vote on this during our regular meeting. There's been quite a few changes tonight, you know, that we haven't even really, had the chance to look over until just now, but, I did look at the agenda and I don't know if there was a glitch in the system or something, but for some reason, I was unable to, access this part on our agenda packet, and we did get an email from at least one person in the community that had asked, you know, where that was, and so I think in fairness, we should be moving this to action on our July 23rd regular meeting.
Okay, how many meetings do we have scheduled for July? So that would, Legislative Committee,
Committee meetings?
yeah, we have a handful of committee meetings that were scheduled
I
for
know
July.
PRC has one
All right, so we'll
scheduled.
cancel PRC. We'll cancel, well, we have,
Well, we amended bylaw 128 a couple years ago because we ran into this situation. So you are appointed, your term ends June 30th, unless you haven't appointed new school board members and you stay on until such time.
okay,
So the bylaw allows those appointed to stay on until you appoint a new superintendent. So you don't lose a committee that way.
okay. Okay, go ahead.
I would just like to say that this was a interesting selection, and for the record, I have felt like I have been very accommodating. I would love to be on workforce development. I would love to be in discussions because, quite frankly, I'm the only member of the school board who doesn't have a degree and has gained success in the workforce without a degree. And I feel like I represent that committee or that segment of the population incredibly well. But, you know, I do what is best for this board. I do what is best for this division. And I'm happy to come back and serve on Gifted CAC because I was asked to do that. And I feel like our tense discussions about these committees sometimes, especially being part of the process, is difficult for me because, quite frankly, I just want to do what is best in terms of serving where I can and serving where the need is for this division. And so I would say, in terms of PRC, that there are 4 people, and the discussion should be between those 4 board members, and you all decide as adults who is going to come back to us. We did the best job we could. I have, again, decided that I'm going to serve where I'm needed and not exactly where I want. So, you know, I'm going to ask the 4 board members to be adults about this that want to be on PRC and decide amongst themselves who is going to be on that committee and then come back to the chair and I and let us know. Because quite frankly, to get targeted and be pointed at for trying to make the best decisions is incredibly frustrating to me because we have tried to be accommodating, I think, across the board and not be political about this discussion. So I'm just trying to say that I do not believe that this was done in that thread. Again, I have tried to be incredibly accommodating over my 3.5 years about these committees, and I put in for committees, and sometimes I get them and sometimes I don't. And so all I'm going to say is I would ask the members of this board that we have one committee that is up for additional discussion, and I would ask those 4 people that requested it to talk amongst themselves, get back to us, and then we can go from there. Thank you. Because I don't want to hold this up. I don't want to hold this up like we did in several years past. Let's just be adults about this. Everybody come together on this, and let's move forward as a board. Thank you.
Ms. Manning?
Yeah, so I do also have some concerns that Ms. Brown brought up. I was looking at our agenda packet on the website yesterday because it was easier for me to access where I was, and the committee assignments were not on there last night. And we got an email about it today. A constituent said that she couldn't find it. And so the public has not had an opportunity to weigh in on this matter. And so I agree that we should be able to have public comment on this before we vote on it. And I have a question, Ms. Lenetti, if this were to be up for a vote at like the retreat, are substitute motions permitted at special meetings? I know you can't add an item to an agenda.
I don't think a bridge meeting qualifies as a special meeting, because it's
Yes,
just,
it
on there,
It
but-
says a bridge meeting is a special meeting.
Okay. And then it's whatever's on your agenda, but you can suspend your bylaws. So you could suspend the bylaw on special meetings, so technically, yes, you could do it.
Okay, I just think, since we don't have public comment at the retreat, I think that we should, hold off to have public comment on this topic. And this really should have been voted on, per our bylaws. It's supposed to be done before July 1st, so I don't know why this wasn't scheduled before today.
Well, for the record, I did
but
ask for it
I-
before, but nobody answered my email. So, if I might, we'll move that. We'll move that to the last meeting in July. We'll move it for, school board members. And for the record, Ms. Toniano did upload that. I sent her a text over the weekend. We worked together, at 7:30 Monday morning to fix a few little mistakes and then and additions, and then she uploaded it. Is there anything else about committees? Okay, thank you.
So I have just one question. So have we decided we're gonna vote on it at the last meeting?
We'll just wait until July, and I've moved Mr. Culpepper to legislative. Any other changes? Okay. Tonight, for the consent agenda, we have the following. Under School Board Organizational Matters, we have the superintendent's designee in the absence of the superintendent, superintendent's signature authority, and payroll deductions. Are there any objections to the school board voting on the consent items that's presented? All right, hearing none, I call for a motion to approve. Motion made by Ms. Owens and seconded by Ms. Brown. The voting board is open.
So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The consent agenda did pass.
Excellent. On action, our personnel report, I call for a motion to approve the June 25th, 2024 personnel report and administrative appointments. Motion made by Ms. Owens and seconded by Ms. Kendrick. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, the voting board is open.
So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Dr. Robertson, do we have any appointments this evening?
Yes, thank you. I'm pleased tonight that you've accepted our recommendation for Jennifer Freeman, currently an assistant principal at Lansdowne Elementary School, to be the new principal at Linkhorn Park Elementary School. I'm also pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for Amanda Lloyd, currently an assistant principal at Red Mill Elementary School. You might remember Amanda was a citywide teacher of the year a few years ago, to be the new principal at Bayside Elementary School. I'm also pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for Megan Thompson, assistant principal at Thurgood Elementary School, who just received an award from the state as the top elementary school assistant principal in the state, to be the next principal at Woodstock Elementary School. Pleased that you accepted our recommendation for Andrea Chambers, currently an assistant principal at Lansdowne High School, to be the new principal at Bayside sixth grade campus. I'm pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for Richard Plank, currently an assistant principal at Lynn Haven Middle School, to be the new assistant principal at First Colonial High School. And then finally, I'm pleased that you accepted our recommendation for Taylor Lovejoy, currently an assistant principal at Brandon Middle School, to be the next coordinator in secondary social studies in the Department of Teaching and Learning. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, item B is the Virginia School Boards Association, otherwise known as VSBA renewal. I call for a motion to approve the Virginia School Board Association annual renewal dues. Motion made by Ms. Riggs, seconded by Ms. Anderson. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none? The voting board is open. Okay, Ms. Manning.
Yeah, I just want to respond to some comments that have been made by members of the public and my colleagues from this dais. I have received 2 conflict of interest opinions from our Commonwealth's attorney on this topic of my involvement as a volunteer for the organization School Board Member Alliance. I sought a Commonwealth's attorney's opinion on the topic a couple of months ago, received it. My colleagues, I've shared it with you, with all of you, and it says that I do not have a conflict of interest on this topic. But that persisted by my colleagues up here, one of my colleagues up here on the board, as well as a member of the public tonight, falsely claiming that I have received financial contributions from the SBMA. That is absolutely a lie and false and slander, in my opinion. I
Point of
sought
order,
a
please.
second
Point of order.
opinion
No, she has the
from
floor. Just please leave her.
I sought a second opinion. I sought. What's your point of order?
My
can-
colleague speaking about
I'm speaking about the
SBMA.
vote we're
Okay.
getting ready to take.
I
on
know,
the
but that
conflict
has
of
nothing to
interest.
do with
Okay.
It
this vote.
absolutely does, because I'm going to be voting on this
You are
topic.
out of order because you are speaking on a topic
out
that
of
has
order
nothing to
because
do with
Okay.
the SBA.
Stop. Stop.
So I specifically asked the Commonwealth's attorney to give me an opinion on the vote that we're having tonight. I have a second opinion that states I have no conflict. So I will be voting on this, and for the public record, the Commonwealth's attorney has stated I do not have a conflict on this, and I can vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, again, motion made by, okay, Ms. Brown.
All right. I want to start by saying that I am gravely disappointed in how the last couple of months have gone surrounding this membership and the treatment that some of my colleagues have received on this board over this membership, and the attempts to shut down differing opinions on this board. Last year when we voted on this, I spoke about that very, very specific matter. And I am going to read a very specific snippet for the public again that I stated during this membership vote last year, which I did support the membership last year and vote for it. But, quote, I want to acknowledge some concerns I have regarding the Virginia School Board Association. The VSBA has been known to take positions on controversial issues that do not align with the views of all school board members and the communities they represent. I have serious concerns about the membership structure requiring the entire school board to join when the advocacy of this organization does not align with the values of everyone's constituency. Along with the high cost of membership, attending training events is expensive. That's end quote. That's what I said last year. This year, I still have the same concerns about the membership structure. I see no forward progress from the VSBA to correct their membership structure. I have become additionally concerned with the fact that the VSBA operates mostly solely on collecting membership dues from public school boards with zero accountability to those dollars from public school boards for the function of public school boards. I have some concerns about that. I would much prefer to spend the money, the $15,000 on something like a part-time reading specialist for our students. And so I'm not going to be supporting this today. Thank you.
So I think in fairness, last year we voted to allow this board to have the VSBA. We can't control their 100+ years structure. They represent entire school boards. They don't do individual memberships. It also extends to school board attorneys It extends to school board clerks. And so without it, many of us have no opportunity for professional development. It takes it away from all of the people that I just mentioned. We were fair last year. We pay for membership for the SBMA. We pay for members to attend conferences. And not everybody in this community, nor everybody on this board, aligns with their thought processes either. And that's why we decided last year to allow both, that if that's where you felt like you belonged, and that's where you felt more comfortable getting your professional development, then please, by all means, do that. And we pay for both. But to strip the rest of us of an opportunity for professional development, when many of us cannot gain membership into that private school board club. And that's exactly what it is, because back in late October, I tried to join, and I was not allowed in. Other members across the Commonwealth have tried to join, and they're not allowed in. And no member of this board has ever brought forward information that you have learned, things that you have been taught at professional development opportunities with the SBMA. None of that has been shared with us. But members of this board with the VSBA have brought forward all the information, and many members of this board have attended VSBA conferences. The governor spoke. We could go round and round about what is controversial and what is not, but I consider them a nonpartisan group. They do not support collective bargaining, among a lot of other things. And I would simply request that we just allow both to continue. Mr. Cowan.
In light of your comments, may I ask you a question referencing your experience? You sought to become a member and were prevented from doing so.
I was.
Were you given a reason behind that?
No. And there were parts of the application that I filled out. One said you had to be like-minded. And then there were a series of questions that you had to answer. And those were, do you believe in choice, school choice? And I answered yes, because I do believe that parents have the ability to send their children wherever they want to. That's their choice. There was also a question about, it was school choice and parental rights. And I answered yes, I do believe in parental rights. And I got nothing. There were some members of York County that tried to join, and they also, there are members all around the Commonwealth who have tried to join, and they're denied membership. So without VSBA, I have nothing. And I'm required to do professional development. And so that's the only organization, our professional organization, that's the only other option for us. And I thought the conference last year was great, and I went there with many of you, Mrs. Weems, Mr. Callan, Ms. Brown, Mr. Culpepper. We were all there together, and I thought it was a good conference. And but I am required to do professional development, and that is where I get it. Did you need to speak some more?
No, I may have a point or two that I would like to make after you've done that.
Ms. Riggs, and then do you want me to just let you go now? Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know if I have my name on the board.
It's
I do.
okay. It is now.
Here's some of the insights that I've gained. There's been a recent trend developing within this option between organizations for consideration. And I'm under the understanding that Orange County, Warren County, Rockingham County, Isle of Wight, Bedford, Shenandoah, and I understand it's imminent that Hanover, all of these locales are saying no to the VSBA and yes to the SBMA. Now, this may be a non-issue to the public, This really is an issue that primarily involves and is of interest to us and the board. I would assume most people in the community might go, whatever, and not really be that concerned about it. But my point is, relative to our positions, is I tried to get a deeper understanding, why was the SBMA created? The feeling a few years ago when the formation started with the SBMA was the fact that there were competing philosophies that found disagreements between parties, and I say that's part of life, that happens all the time, and I don't have any problem with that. There were different perspectives that were shared relative to, are we seeking to create an awareness of a hierarchy between, there's the board and there's the superintendent, and we need to be mindful of that. I guess that at some places that's controversial and problematic, but speaking from where we are today, that's neither controversial or problematic relative to the relationship that I believe we as a board have with the superintendent. The perception is that the VSBA is a lobbying organization, and that can be seen as a derogatory term. But at the same time, many an organization have people in places of governance lobbying on behalf of their organization for the causes that they believe in. So I don't have that as a problem. But there are places where the SBMA and I are in disagreement. And because of the ongoing trend of these communities moving further away from the VSBA and moving towards the SBMA, and that's an alphabet soup that you can get easily lost in. I get that. All of that to say, I'll be voting that we renew our membership, but I am paying closer attention than I have in the past. And I think we probably should do ourselves a service by doing just that, paying closer attention to what's going on. Differences of opinion and perspective, I think, should always be encouraged and recognized.
Thank you.
But there may be a point where there is a line in the sand that has gotten crossed between your principles and the principles espoused by an organization. And when that happens, I think you should stand up and say, no, no further. I guess the long-winded answer that I'm offering is, for myself, I'll be voting to renew, but I'm paying closer attention than I have been in the past, and this causes me to lean in and be more attentive, and I just wanted to share that with you as the chair and the other members of the board as well.
Okay,
So
fair
thank
enough.
you.
Fair enough, thank you. Ms. Riggs, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if you mentioned the fact that it's not just the school board that gets their professional development, but our
I did.
legal team.
I did.
Okay. The other part is, oh, that's real funny, okay. So the other part is, I think that you made a very good point. You've got people that agree with different philosophies, for lack of a better word. This gives our board the opportunity for the people to attend the professional development that they feel fits their philosophy for the school board. And I think that we've done a very good job of that, obviously, because everyone that wanted to go to the SBMA or the VSBMA was funded for that. And if they wanted to be a member, they were given that money. So I think I just wanted to reiterate that. That's been done. So I think it gives everybody the chance to do that. And I'll stop at that.
Well, to Mr. Callen's point, some of us don't have a choice.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, we don't have a choice. And so if we had a choice, we might be having a different conversation, but half of this board is locked out. And so we cannot gain admission. And that's something that's why I appreciate your comments, because that is the reality of the situation, that for some will have nothing.
And I understand that's unacceptable.
Thank you. Yes.
And thank you. I'm just kind of reiterating, Mr. Callen, thank you for asking the question. But I personally feel like we have an interest in making sure that we get educated. Like Ms. Melnick said, you know, it's a requirement. And it's also a requirement for our clerk and our attorney. And that is something we also must put into consideration as well. And I am all for open market, making sure that people have an opportunity to learn where they want. But it's also imperative that we have an ability to do that. And so that's why I will be supporting the SBA as well.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
I won't be long, but I just want everybody to think about, you receive a daily address from VSBA. And that keeps us, that really helps keep us informed about things that are happening across the state, and other things that are happening. But you think about all the things that we get from them on a weekly basis. I mean, everything from, they keep us informed about the federal guidelines and the federal advocacy groups. And I mean, there's just so much that VSBA offers, and I'll just leave it at that. You know, just think about all the stuff that you get from them and that they offer us.
So, for anyone that's not receiving that every day, there are 2 tabs on your email. It says Focused and Other. And in my Outlook account, it always comes through Other. And so it does not come in visibly in my Focused email. Okay, so, that's okay. Ms. Kendra.
Yes, thank you so much for everyone's comments and information on this topic. And Chairwoman Melnick, I appreciate you sharing how the SBA benefits your training and the training of many of our staff members within the administration. This is up for renewal, and you said that you would be interested in allowing both of these training opportunities to continue. When do we have a discussion about renewing the other option?
We don't renew. They're single board member admission only.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. So, again, this is for the VSBA membership renewal. The motion was made by Ms. Riggs, seconded by Ms. Anderson. Any further discussion? The voting board is open.
So, Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes and 3 nays, so the motion did pass for the VSBA renewal.
The Recovery School update and resolution reaffirmation. So I call for a motion to approve and reaffirm the resolution of commitment to an investigation of a Region 2 recovery school with a vote to approve at the January 23rd, 2025 school board meeting. I'm just making that note in my script. Just making sure it's January 23rd, 2025? That is correct. Okay, then we'll leave that, okay? So I call for a motion to approve and reaffirm the resolution of commitment to an investigation of a Region 2 recovery school with a vote to approve at the January 23rd, 2025 school board meeting. Motion made by Ms. Weems, seconded by Ms. Manning. All right, discussion. Ms. Anderson.
I have several points I'd like to make about this. First of all, I want to be clear that yes, I think we should help students who are in need and who have a problem with drugs. I do think we should do that. But I have, as I expressed at the last meeting, I have some reservations about this, only because there are so many unanswered questions right now. And so I just want to make a couple points. Number one, there is no guarantee that several of the other divisions will be able to put on their share of the operational dollars. Now, we've been told that other school boards in our region that are a part of this, that they're in favor of it. Several of those boards have voted to move forward with the planning, but they've offered no dollars in their discussions, which means to me that they're waiting for Virginia Beach to tell them what we're going to pony up. But because this is a regional initiative from the state, those divisions that don't have the money in the future will still get to participate. So if they have no money to put into this, their students will get to participate because this is a regional effort. 2, there is absolutely no reason why any and all questions have not been answered so far. The division has had, to my knowledge, 2 legislative sessions to work out all the details. In my time on the board, I have, to my knowledge, never seen a presentation like this about a major program and funding request that was as ill-timed and, quite frankly, underwhelming as this last one on this topic. I recall John Sutton being involved in this 2 years ago and working with our legislative partners and Ms. Weems. He worked on this. Yet, we still haven't done anything. So this has been going on for 2 years. There is no guarantee that the costs surrounding this will be what was presented. The original proposal, if I remember correctly, from 2 years ago, had a $900,000 price tag. 2 partners in the form of King's Daughters and Old Dominion, which we no longer have as partners anymore, we hadn't even gotten to the feeding and transportation and a building at that point. These questions and concerns were raised at multiple meetings over the span of 2 years. We have nothing but a one-time contribution from the state and no guarantees that we won't be paying the majority of this out of pocket. This is all the while we sift through budget shortfalls, increased teacher retention issues, and threats this year to cut arts and music funding. The division had time to work all these details out for 2 years. And I can't see 4 months magically creating a solution. Unless the plan is to cut and paste what Chesterfield plan has. And oh, by the way, I asked about Chesterfield at the last meeting. Did they have any information? I'd like to know why we have nothing that we've heard from Chesterfield. Do they not have a success rate? If they do have a success rate, I'd like to hear it. I'd still like to hear from our attorney what type of legal responsibility we have. Can we be sued if a student still has drug use after they've attended our facility? I'm not saying that we're the end all, but it sounds like that we're going to try to help these students. And I worry that, for example, let me just say this, and this is just a hypothetical. How do we measure success? For example, if a student is with us, let's say through their junior and senior year, and they go through the program, and they graduate, then do we still count them as a success if a month or two after graduation they accidentally overdose? Now, do we count that student as a success because we graduated them and they didn't overdose while they were in our system? Or do we say, well, they're graduated, they're not our problem anymore? I'm not sure we have a way to track those students, but it would be nice to know that we could somehow make an impact on their life. And I'm hoping that if we go through with this, that we will have a positive impact on these students. I recognize that there are students out there who need help, but I'm not sure that we're the ones who have to do all the help. I mean, there are places that students have to go to sometimes to recover, and they come out of there and they still get involved with drugs later on. I'm not sure that this particular entity of what we're trying to do here is going to be the answer to the prayers that parents have to get their kids off of drugs. I'd like to think that, yes, it would be the answer, that we could be of help. But I don't know that are we throwing $1.5 million away on something that is really not the answer? I hate it that kids are involved with drugs, but I also hate to waste $1.5 million on something that I'm not sure is the answer for their prayers. Thank you.
Me? Okay. All right, so I tracked this, in the legislature when this was going on quite heavily. Anybody that watched, when they were talking about this, heard, Delegate Carrie Coiner, she was very connected to the recovery school in Chesterfield County, state that there was a 100% success rate in recovery and 100% success rate in on-time graduation. I don't know if that's changed since then, because it was in, February, maybe March. But the recovery school has been very successful. I would just ask that my colleagues consider the fact that we unanimously put this ask into our legislative packet. We asked our lobbyists to lobby for this. We asked the General Assembly to do this. The General Assembly put this into their budget. The governor signed this into the budget. This is the time where we're going to get those answers, and we needed this funding in order to get to where we are. You know, $1 million of the costs are going to come from the state, and they are only going to be given for the purpose of a recovery school. We're not going to see that money otherwise. You know, and I've heard a lot of people ask why not vape detectors, and we've talked about this before, and I believe there's some pilot programs for vape detectors, as was mentioned, and one of staff had mentioned, you know, that there's one at Lansdowne and it goes off constantly. You know, this is a good option. This is something that we need to do. This is a problem in our community. What happens, I mean, I don't want anybody to relapse and have anything happen after they graduate. But quite frankly, that's not really under my jurisdiction as a school board member. You know, there's lots of different varying needs for students in our division. We've done a really great job accommodating many needs. We still have work to do. We'll always have work to do, and this is one of those things that we have work to do on. So I'm happy to support this. I'm happy to reaffirm this. Thank you.
Ms. Owens, go ahead.
There we go, sorry. So I share some of Ms. Anderson's concerns about moving forward. I hear Ms. Brown talking about the success rates in Chesterfield, and 100% is obviously the highest that you can get, and yet I'm concerned about why those numbers, those statistics haven't been brought forward to the board by administration who is studying those programs. Why we haven't been presented with some of that information. I understand that a lot of the funding, my understanding is like half of the funding for the exploration is coming from the state. But part of the funds are coming from our district, from the money that we have earmarked for this, or earmarked towards recovery type programs. And for it to be a regional situation, what I would hope to see are schools in the region paying in and not Virginia Beach footing the whole initial situation for the region. I appreciate that other boards have had the discussion and are ready to move forward. And I'm sure that I would feel more comfortable as a board saying, I'm ready for us to move forward with $0 in, which is what I'm hearing that the other boards are comfortable saying. I would absolutely be comfortable saying, let's explore with $0. But that's not what we're being asked to do. I have concerns about, which I have had the entire time, about our district's overall capacity to serve these students in the way that they need and deserve to be effective. When we look at some of the programs that we are currently serving students, our gifted, our special education, things that we have been working on for decades, and that we still have major issues with disproportionality and serving students the way they need to be served. And those are things that have structure and guidelines and decades of experiences and improvements to. I'm open to hearing about exploration, but I would love to be like the other boards and say I'm open to it without putting our money forward, because I'm not sure that the money that we have earmarked couldn't be used differently and be as effective or more so effective in addressing some of these issues, particularly since we've lost our partners in ODU and CHKD, who are truly the experts to bring the expertise piece in. So I have a lot of concerns at this point. And if our division does decide to move forward, when we get to the point in December, I would certainly need to hear what the monetary amount that other divisions are willing to come in with, because right now everybody else gets the easy out of saying, yeah, let's move forward and not commit any money. So I certainly have concerns. I want to see what's best for the students that we are serving, but I need the data and information presented to ensure that that's really what we're going to be able to provide. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I believe there is some erroneous information circulating. We have not talked about a dollar figure with Virginia Beach City Public Schools. What we are looking at this evening is a commitment, an affirmation of a commitment you made earlier, a resolution to explore a recovery school. 5 regional schools, or 5 schools within our region, including Virginia Beach, have made the effort to say, or have made a resolution with their board, and I will make one caveat. The Chesapeake board received it very favorably in information and will not act until the first week of July, July 8th. All other boards have approved moving forward to explore. At no time has a dollar amount been on this table. We are asking for you to affirm what you once granted, and that was the ability to explore with 4 other partners what it would cost us to put together a regional school, and not only what it would cost us, what that regional school would look like if 5 regional schools collaborate on that. There is no decision that this would be Virginia Beach City Public School resources. Portsmouth or Chesapeake may well be the ones to identify space that in our earlier proposals were a large part of our funding. That funding may no longer be needed. If Norfolk were to identify space, there are decisions to be made that I can't present to you this evening. I can't tell you if Norfolk would give that as in-kind space, or if each division would need to put forward money. Erroneous information circulates. All I am here this evening to ask you to do is to give permission for the regional schools to move forward with an investigation. And we will report to you on a monthly basis where we are on that investigation. In addition, as we work through, we'll determine what positions are needed, what new funding exists from the Community Services Board. We can share with you the programs, the blueprint of Chesapeake. But I cannot tell you this evening that I would adopt what Chesterfield, is doing, because it is a regional decision. I can tell you that no dollars are on the table other than we asked, as Ms. Brown put forward, our legislators to work for this money. I cannot imagine telling the General Assembly, I want to return this funding that you asked us for. We had a resolution moving forward for that.
Well, respectfully, it was mentioned by our superintendent at the last meeting that there is somebody that is going to head up this work. And the question was asked, will that person be paid out of the funds from this? So I think, in fairness to my colleagues who have questions, that is one of them, that some of that money is going to be used to pay somebody. That's the first thing. The second thing is, in fairness to everybody sitting here, it has been a year and a half to 2 years with nothing, zero, except for failures along the way. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't move forward, but I really think, just like last meeting, I think it is fair that this group has concerns about where this is going after nearly 2 years of nothing. And there were people that made trips to New Jersey. There were people that did this. There were people that did this. And then it all went away. And there is a piece, because we are hearing from legislators, that this funding stream may not continue. And I don't think that it's erroneous. I think that people are hearing truths, and that there really might not be a funding source. That was a line item this time, or it was a funding source that they found, but that might not continue. And they really don't know if the pupil spending is going to be enough to sustain the school. And the fact that initially you were talking about 20 students, which is less than, that's 3.5 kids, 4 kids per division, 4 kids per school, per division. I think all of it is fair. We hear so often from members of this board who talk about money and the money that is spent. Tonight, just VSBA alone, it's $13,000 for our membership, and for some that's too much. Yet we're willing to earmark $1 million for a program that most of us don't know anything about. And so I don't want anyone to get angry, upset, but I don't think there was any problem in listening to just still some lingering questions for some people. It's a lot of money that we've earmarked. When tonight we've heard from special education that we are missing the mark on a number of very important parts of special education. We're missing the mark. And now, we hear about, oh gosh, we feed kids, we do this, and now we're going to become the sole source or one of the sources for drug addiction. And so I think people's concerns are valid. It can't go both ways. It really can't. We can't not have $13,000 for our professional organization, but find $1 million for a program we know nothing about. I'm not saying I'm going to vote against it. I'm just saying we have
Mrs.
to be fair.
I'm not asking for a commitment of funds. I'm asking for the opportunity to explore and bring back to this board what funding would be
Okay,
needed.
then for this board, where will the money come from for whoever we're hiring to head up this, whoever's going to head this up? Where will those funds, where will that person's salary draw from?
For the project to develop the planning that will come from the 500,000 that has been earmarked by the General Assembly for a planning year.
Okay, so there is commitment for money. I mean,
From the
it's,
General Assembly, not from the school board funds. The General Assembly is providing 500,000 in year one for planning with the exact purpose of investigating the type of program and what it would cost to put on a program in this regional area.
okay.
And Ms. Melnick, I spoke to Joel Andrus today as well and on this. And to your question, we have to report back to the General Assembly in December how we have allocated those funds from July 1 until December. And during that time, some of the questions that we've heard tonight are legitimate, that we haven't brought forward information. But I think it's important for all of us to understand that we are not hiding any information from anyone. We are trying to take this regional approach. And what Dr. Salton was referring to is the discussions that have been had with these other school boards is, are you interested in the exploration? And their answer is yes. My conversations with the superintendent is, each division will be responsible for the costs associated with this program. It will be a MOU type of situation like we have with the CSEP school or governor school, where if you want to be a part of the program, you must have skin in the game. I would never agree, or it wouldn't be my decision. I would never bring to this board a plan where it says Virginia Beach City Public Schools is going to be funding the cost of students from other school divisions to attend the recovery school.
And I agree with you. I'm just saying there are board members that have questions, and we have board members that have questions every week, and they get answered, and people have concerns about
Agreed.
the spending of money. And I just think it's unfair that a couple of people have questions and all of a sudden it's not fair.
So
However,
we'll have information as we go through, but we don't have that information right now.
Chair Melnick, I don't know if I could just finish clarifying on.
oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Owens. Yes.
Okay. And thank you, Dr. Saltner. Because you're here, I wanted to clarify. So the money that'll be used for exploration is only the money that is set aside from the General Assembly. We will not be using any of the money that the board earmarked for recovery program or opioid program things. We are just using the General Assembly money for the exploration phase. It covers all of the people who are going to be involved from the region and any travel and whatever expenses are needed. Is that correct?
That can be done easily with the 750,000 that has been done, or the 500 for the first year of planning and 250 for the second year of planning and/or implementation.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know.
So you think that for over the next 6 months, it'll take $750,000 to investigate?
No, the
Okay,
question
I
was, would the funding come from Virginia Beach City Public Schools? My answer was 750,000 that has been earmarked for a year and a half or 2 years of planning would be sufficient. A plan would come forward after that, once we've met with the region, to determine what each school in the region of the 5 would contribute.
Okay. So, Dr. Robertson, you had stated something that kind of was a little bit concerning to me. But also, I think you meant it to not be concerning, so I want to make sure I understand this. So, so I just want to be clear. If we have a regional recovery school, and let's just say that, and I'm not pointing at them because I think they don't have the funds, but I'm just saying, let's just say Portsmouth, for example. Let's just say Portsmouth is a part of the regional recovery school. And they, in their budget year, determine that they can't contribute money to this regional school, okay? So in that scenario, would we then be required to pony up any funds from the remaining schools that can contribute to pay for Portsmouth students to attend the regional recovery school? And I just want to be clear, because you said something about that, and I was like, I want to understand this.
Yeah, so I would never bring to this board any memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement that indicates that Virginia Beach City Public Schools, under any circumstances, would be responsible for the costs of students attending a school from other school divisions.
Without
It's-
them contributing.
We are not going to cover the costs. I would not put this board in a position where they are funding the educational services
For
of students from other divisions. I would
Okay.
never agree to that.
Okay, I just want to be clear, because when you said that, I was like,
Yeah.
was that even a
So
consideration?
I appreciate you clarifying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay. Tonight, these questions are fair. I've got questions. I'm a little bit more educated, unfortunately. I'm glad that y'all aren't educated in this space. I'm more educated because parents call me. I look for places for their children to relocate for a year. I hear the stories. I'm familiar with other schools, recovery schools, because I personally have taken the time to research a bunch of them. But tonight is just to move forward so that we can get these questions answered. And, you know, I want to apologize because I don't want to give the impression to our staff, and this is what I'm hearing, that basically they've done nothing for 2.5 years, because that is so far from the truth. So Dr. Saltner, I know how hard you've been working. I know how hard Bobby Jameson's been working. I know, for trying to get funding. We started this, remember, we started this and we were gonna try to do it ourselves, because that was Dr. Spence when he and I had the initial conversation, because he frankly said, we can do it faster. If we have to wait for legislation, and he was probably right, because look, we had to wait 2.5 years to get it legislatively. And that's exactly what he said. So that didn't work out, and then we had to go through different venues to get funding, because we knew that we couldn't move forward without any type of funding. So that's what some of us have spent a lot of time behind the scenes doing that. These questions, this tonight is just to move forward so that these 5 school systems who have decided to partner and do this are going to start really making a good plan. If we see it in December and they come back to us and say, it's gonna be $5 million, or it's gonna be this and this, and we don't agree with it, then we vote it down. We haven't, we spent a little time, well, they're gonna spend a lot of time, and we vote it down. But, and I hate to pit student against student, because I know that I'm hearing this, that it's too expensive because there's not enough kids, and, well, we spend a lot of money on very small groups of kids. And some information a couple weeks ago was inaccurate about how much we spend with one population, but we spend 19, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 on some of our kids and more. And they're small number because the need is specific, the need is great, and we do it because we do things right here in Virginia Beach. So I don't want my colleagues to get so caught up into, oh my goodness, because if we do that, we're going to have to look at all these students that we pay double, triple, quadruple, 10 times what it costs to educate a child, and say, is that too expensive? I hope we don't go down, I hope we don't do that. But tonight, and I did call 9 of my colleagues, so I'm hearing things different than what I heard on the telephone when I called you guys. But tonight is just to move forward so that we can get all these questions answered. And any questions you have, email them in once we get the group together and say this is a concern. How is this going to work? And they're going to report to us, Dr. Salter just said, every month. So by their final presentation, we should have every single question answered. We should go, some of us should go to Chesterfield or some other place. And so this is just to move forward. We are not committing $1.25 million. We are committing a little bit of money to get a person in charge of these 5 school divisions, and they're going to work out the site, the blueprint, what the program looks like, who gets in the program, I mean, everything, and they'll present it to us. But I really urge my colleagues to vote tonight to move forward so that we can get the questions answered. Thank you.
Okay. All right, again, motion made by Ms. Weems, seconded by Ms. Manning. No further discussion? Voting board is open.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes, so the motion did pass.
So you do that all the time. All right. Moving on to committee organization and board reports. Does any board member have anything to report? Wait, we still have a closed session. Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, the ad hoc committee to study the open space on Jericho Road, where the Bayside sixth graders are now located. We met for our first initial meeting today. We had 10 people attend. We had I'm sorry, Kathleen, excuse me, Ms. Brown and I are the two school board members, and Amelia Ross Hammond and Josh Schulman were there from City Council, as well as 2 from our staff. And then we had somebody from Parks and Rec, from Public Works for the City of Virginia Beach, and 2 Civic League officers that represent that area. So we had a very successful meeting. I've got the minutes here if anybody wants a copy of them. And our next meeting will be in September, because we needed to kind of get a little space before we met again, while we make certain decisions before we can move forward with that committee. So, very good meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bonetti, we have a lot of people missing now for the closed session. Do you still want to go into closed so you can hand out your information? Okay. No, okay. All right, well then, with that, we will allow you to pass that out. I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Callen, I'm so sorry. Please, sir.
You're asking if we have any comments to make about things in general, and maybe this is a night where it's a great time to make this point. My disclaimer, many a time, you probably have heard me say, is that I forget what I had for breakfast most days. So using that as my example, there was a recent event that was held at Oceana. There was an internship program that the school system in Oceana participate in. And I may get emotional in the process of just describing what I witnessed. But in the midst of an environment where there's lots of challenges and difficulties, and we're somewhat at odds with each other, and we're wondering if we're doing the right thing and marching in the right direction, this was an event that was as heartwarming as you can ever imagine. There was a ceremony, there was precision that was held, and these young people were graduating from a program that they participated in, that the school system was a part of. And in light of all the challenges that surround the school system that I now have a better understanding of than I ever did before, this was one thing I was stunningly proud to say we're doing. The expressions of accomplishment, joy, pride, families that were there cheering these kids on, it was so moving and something to be so proud of, and it just makes you say, gosh, every once in a while we just hit a home run. And that was a home run, and I just wanted to make, and again, I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. But it was terrific, and I was so honored to be just in the zone where this thing was happening, because it was remarkable.
That is
So
great.
those are my 2 cents.
And if you ever have the chance to shop at the Navy Exchange at Oceana, you can see them at work, those students. Yeah, it's in live action. Or the commissary. That's right. Yeah. Miss
Military,
Kendrick.
yes, as a military brat, I appreciate all those things that you mentioned. Just want to highlight for those in our district, the kickoff of the summer food program. We had a wonderful opportunity
We did.
to visit with the USDA Assistant Secretary, the Deputy Secretary of the program at Betty F. Williams in my district. And it's just wonderful that our children do not have to be hungry during the summer. And so these schools, these feeding programs are nationwide, and Virginia Beach is doing such a great job with making sure that we have those available with some of the most yummiest food.
Right.
So for information on that, you can visit the USDA Summer Sun Meals program to find out what schools are offering those summer meals for children throughout the city of Virginia Beach and neighboring cities.
Dr. Robertson, is that on our website?
Nicole, I don't think it is. The summer, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? And with that, we are adjourned. It is 10:05, and we'll wait for Miss Linetti to hand out what she needs to give us.
So we don't have to